cancel the allocation of fuels to ministers.
The finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel.
Also, search rescue efforts underway on the Volta Lake after a boat capsized, killing 9 people.
The information that we have received is that none of them actually was wearing a life jacket, and the 9 bodies have been retrieved.
Much later in this bulletin, the Attorney General files a case at the Apex Court seeking to stop the Office of the Special Prosecutor from prosecuting cases without authorization from the Attorney General.
The whole parliament will not just go and then parade, congregate and pass a law without necessarily taking a first look at the constitution.
I am Enyunam Haliga. Details of our headlines and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now, we're on to a first story where government has announced measures to cushion Ghanaians following increased fuel prices caused by the Middle East disturbances. An emergency cabinet meeting has decided that the suspension of some taxes and margins in fuel price build-up to last 4 weeks after review. Additionally, all ministers and senior government appointees are to adhere strictly to the President's directive on cancellation of fuel allocation and allowances. Government spokesperson Felix Kwakye announced this on Thursday yesterday.
So the first directive that Cabinet has issued is that the finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel through the removal of some taxes and margins on fuel, effective the next pricing window, which is about a week from today. And this is supposed to be done as soon as possible. Second, the transport minister has been instructed by cabinet to ensure expedited deployment of these buses in high traffic corridors to ensure that it alleviates any difficulties that may have arisen out of the recent fuel price increases.
That was government's spokesperson and Minister for Communication, Felix Kwakye. Now, 9 bodies have been retrieved as the search continues for the remaining 7 passengers after a boat carrying 16 people capsized on the Volta Lake. The victims were reportedly traveling from Prang in the Bono East region to the central Gonja district of the Savannah region. The incident occurred on Wednesday, April 8, between Adavekbe and Sikakbe in the central Gonja district. All the deceased, who were women and children, were traveling on a flying boat. Savannah Regional Minister Salisu B. Arre, who spoke on TV3's News 360, said no passengers were wearing the life jackets.
The information that we have received is that none of them actually was wearing a life jacket, and the 9 bodies have been retrieved by the joint operations of the security and local people who were able to dive and retrieve the bodies and some of the items they were carrying. It is quite a sad issue, and the constituency and district where this boat capsized is actually around the East Gonja district, but that destination was to a community called Congo in the central Gonja district.
Rather a very troubling story there, but we'll update you as and when the rest of the bodies are found due to the rescue efforts by our security agencies. Now, away from that, the Attorney General has filed argument at the Supreme Court seeking a declaration of Section 4(2) of the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act is constitutional and should be struck down. Section 4(2) mandates that the Attorney General must authorize the Office of the Special Prosecutor to initiate and conducts prosecutions of corruption-related offences. But a statement of case filed on Wednesday by the AG accused that the OSP has since 2018 been investigating and prosecuting such offences without the Attorney General's authorization. Meanwhile, constitutional lawyer John Kwesen has been explaining the action of the Attorney General.
Now you see, a whole government, a whole parliament will not just go and then parade, congregate, and pass a law or an act without necessarily taking a first look at the constitution before them. You know, parliament is full of lawyers. The current AG, Dr. Ayini himself, was even part of the people who passed this particular act. I have said, I think on your platform and before, that but for the one-on-one personal issues involving the AG's department or its functionaries, and then the OSP and its functionaries, all these things are matters that could have been resolved internally.
That was a constitutional lawyer, John Kwesen, there. Now, the National Identification Authority Division of the Public Service Workers Union has expressed grave concerns over delays in the processing and transmission of staff migration reports, warning of a possible industrial crisis if the situation is not resolved immediately. The staff further accused the Minister and Ministry for Finance for not taking any definitive action to approve and transmit same to the Controller and Accountants General.
We think that the management, we've worked consistently with them, together with the mother union, and we can confirm that they have demonstrated enough commitment. But the commitment of the management is not being complemented by the efforts of Ministry of Finance, because they have done consistent follow-ups at the Ministry of Finance. The union, we have also done same almost every week. We are always there to check and confirm that things are moving. But we realize that there was no serious effort or action taken on our documents ever since they got to the Ministry of Finance. And this for us, we think it is utterly unacceptable and we cannot take it.
Some other stories, as the Drivers and Vehicles Licensing Authority says Voxy vehicles, unlike other vehicles, were registered after passing medical and mechanical testing. Responding to concerns from the National Road Safety Authority, DVLA's Public Relations Officer, Stephen Atu, stressed the commercial registration does not automatically permit long-distance operations.
So we must take sentiments of individuals have invested their money into bringing in these vehicles, but they should understand the fact that using a vehicle commercial does not necessarily mean that it only becomes commercial if you drive on a long distance. People drive taxis in Ghana, Accra, in Kumasi, Takoradi, who they drive within town, and driving a long distance comes with it a higher risk of fatigue and accident as against driving intra-city. And so you may want to recoup your money at a certain speed, but if the system says we won't allow, because lives are at stake.
That was the Public Relations Officer for the Drivers and Vehicle Licensing Authority, Stephen Atu, there. And finally, before we go, the chairman of the Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism has described an unfortunate incident that continues to pile up the family planning commodities at the country's sport since 2024. His comments followed renewed concerns by the Ghana CSO platform on the sustainable development goals over a critical shortage of family planning supplies nationwide. Us to the end of the morning news here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Haliga. Business News with Michael Bodu is up next.
Three FM. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning. The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Good morning and welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up, energy sector analyst says revenue concerns drive push to slash fuel levies amid Middle East crisis.
I think there are some cabinet ministers who think that tax should not be cut and prices should be allowed to operate as they are.
And economist urges Ghana to prioritize industrial and agricultural growth to create sustainable jobs and tackle rising youth unemployment.
It is agric and industrial manufacturing that employs a greater proportion of the Ghanaian population. We have to look at the sectors that we want to grow.
Plus, government of Ghana eyes 7.57 billion cedis in crucial Treasury bill auction to stem under subscription. I am Michael Obodu. Details of these and many other stories coming up shortly. Please don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for your time. Straight into our top story. Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, SEMSE, Benjamin Nsia, has suggested that government's move to review the fuel price build-up is primarily driven by mounting revenue and economic concerns. Government on Thursday, April 9, delegated authority to the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition and the Ministry of Finance to determine which specific taxes or levies within the petroleum price structure should be adjusted in the coming days to cushion the public without crippling the national budget. According to Mr. Nsia, this decision likely stems from three critical scenarios, with a heavy emphasis on balancing fiscal stability against the need to provide immediate relief to consumers.
The first scenario is that there was a bit of difficulty with respect to agreeing on tax cuts in the petroleum downstream. I think there are some cabinet ministers who think that tax should not be cut and prices should be allowed to operate as they are. The second scenario is that there could be lack of data at the cabinet level with respect to the debt situation or the debt-owed IPPs against the performance of the various levies on the price build-up. So further information would be needed to ensure that appropriate interventions are taken in the downstream. The last scenario could also arise from the fact that maybe government wants to monitor the market in the coming days and ensure that tax cuts are appropriately done to maintain price stability in the petroleum downstream. There could be a situation where taking off maybe 1 Ghana cedi from the build-up could not yield any impact because price on the international market may escalate further. So these are the reasons why I think that the decision pronounced by Cabinet with respect to delegatory power to these ministries has arisen.
Benjamin Nsia is the Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, SEMSE. Away from that, economist Professor Peter Quartey has noted that while Ghana's economy is showing signs of a takeoff due to improved macroeconomic stability, government must be more selective about which sectors drive that growth. According to recent data from the Ghana Statistical Service, the Ghanaian economy recorded a total growth of 7.5% in January 2026, driven largely by a surging services sector despite slowdowns in other areas.
Speaking on the country's recent economic performance, Professor Quartey argued that the current growth is a natural result of stabilizing key macro fundamentals. However, he warned that growth for its own sake is insufficient if it does not address the pressing issue of youth unemployment.
With the relative stability we have seen, I believe the economy is beginning to take off. The parameters are right, the macro fundamentals are right for us to take off. What we have to guard is the sectors that are growing. You find that most of that is the services sector. So there's no high value services. We are churning out a lot of young people from tertiary institutions, etc. And we are not providing the jobs.
Services sector accelerated to 9.6% growth, up from 7.6% in 2025. fueled by gains in trade, finance, and communications. Industry growth slowed to 7.2%, down from 9.7% the previous year, primarily due to reduced oil and gas activity. Agriculture's momentum slowed significantly, dropping from 9.3% in 2025 to 4.5%.
It is agric and industry or manufacturing that employs a greater proportion of the Ghanaian population. It's exciting, it's good to see a higher growth rate, but we have to look at the sectors that we want to grow, not any sector at all. There are some sectors we want them to grow faster than other sectors.
While the overall economy remains on an upward trajectory, the composition of that growth continues to shift heavily towards services as agriculture and industry face a cooling period.
Away from that, government of Ghana is returning to the domestic market today with an ambitious target to raise 7.57 billion cedis through its weekly Treasury bill auction. This upcoming auction is being closely watched by market analysts as it follows a recent period of 3 consecutive under-subscriptions. The following 3 Business News Desk report has more.
The sudden shortfall in bids has broken an impressive streak of 11 straight weeks of oversubscription recorded earlier this year, signaling a potential shift in investor sentiment or a tightening of market liquidity. The Bank of Ghana will conduct the auction for government across the standard 3 tenors of 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day bills. The 7.57 billion cedis target is considered aggressive, especially as government seeks to cover maturing debts and finance its fiscal requirements amid a cooling demand for short-term paper. Earlier in the year, declining inflation, which reached 5.4% by late 2025, had fueled a robust easing cycle, encouraging investors to lock in yields. However, the recent under-subscriptions suggest that government may need to offer more competitive rates to attract the necessary capital. The outcome of the auction will serve as a litmus test for the domestic market's appetite for sovereign debt. If government fails to meet its 7.57 billion cedis target again, it may face increased pressure to raise interest rates or explore alternative funding avenues to bridge the financing gap. Institutional investors, particularly domestic banks, remain the primary participants in this segment. Their bidding behavior will reveal whether the recent dip in demand was a temporary market correction or the beginning of a more cautious trend in Ghana's fixed income landscape.
And that was a 3 Business News Desk report. Meanwhile, trading activity on the Ghana fixed income market surged to 3.48 billion cedis on Wednesday, April 8, driven largely by persistent investor appetite for short-term liquidity and government treasury bills. The session, which saw a total of 775 trades, highlights a market successfully gaining depth following the domestic debt exchange program, though it remains heavily skewed towards sovereign debt and short-term instruments. The following News Desk report has the details.
Treasury bills continue to remain the market's engine, accounting for 2.17 billion cedis, more than 60% of the total turnover. This concentration reflects a flight to safety, with investors favoring the lower duration risk and quick rollovers of T-bills as government continues its reliance on short-term domestic funding. There were encouraging signs for the broader market. DDEP bonds contributed 671.33 million cedis to turnover, suggesting restructured bonds are finding firmer footing as investors adapt to the new pricing environment. The new conventional bonds, a 2033 bond, recorded 81.85 million cedis in trades, closing modestly above par with a 12.11% yield, a positive signal for the return of conventional sovereign paper. Sell buyback trades reached 532.59 million cedis, highlighting the active use of government securities by institutions for cash management. Despite the sovereign recovery, the corporate sector remains marginal, with only 19.87 million in total volume led by the Cocoa Management Board, private sector debt is still too small to shift the market state-dominated structure. Ghana's market is recovering in volume, but not yet in composition. While the return of conventional bonds is a silver lining, the market remains overwhelmingly centered on government paper and short-term T-bills.
We'll bring you updates now from the currency and the commodities market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 2 pesos. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 14 cedis 82 pesos. It gained 2 pesos. The euro is selling at 12 cedis 91 pesos. It also gained 4 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $95.60 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,784.48 per ounce, up by $65.33. Cocoa is trading at $3,162 per ton, up by $34.
Those were updates from the currency and the commodities market, bringing an end to the business news on Sunrise. For more stories, please check out our website, s3news.com/business. I am Michael Obodu. Thank you for tuning in. As always, please stay safe.
Big thank you to Enyenam Haligan as well as Michael Ogbodu for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. Hello there. Welcome to yet another exciting edition of the 3FM Sunrise. It's Friday, the 10th of April, 2026. Glad that you could stay with us here on your urban lifestyle radio right now. From now until 10 a.m. we're streaming live on Facebook, same handles as well on YouTube where we're streaming, and you can share your thoughts with us as well all throughout now until 10 a.m. Where we have a lot stacked up for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. We're going to get into our message of motivation to start off the morning, and today we're reflecting a bit on unfinished lists. So as the week has come to a close, I'm asking and entreating us to take a moment and not rush ahead, but to look back. Now, there's a man who kept a list. Every Monday he wrote down everything he hoped to do, the big, the small, and that which he found very important. And every Friday evening, he would sit with the list, taking off some of the items and finding out if he was able to achieve that which he set out for the week. More often than not, he realized that many of the items were not ticked because they were not accomplished. At first, it bothered him. He would stare at the unfinished part and feel like he had failed somehow in the week. But over time, he began to notice something. The list did not tell the generality of the story. It didn't show the conversations he had that mattered. It didn't capture the strength it took to keep going on sometimes very difficult days. It didn't also reflect the small decisions he made that no one else saw. The list measured tasks, but life had been happening in between those tasks. So one Friday, instead of focusing on what was left undone, he asked himself a different question. What did this week quietly build in me? And the answers were different. It brought him patience, it brought him resilience, it brought him understanding, and it brought him growth. Not everything had been completed, but something had been formed. And so this morning, as this week has come to yet another productive end, I ask that we close the chapter on these reflections. Let us not measure our week only by what we were able to accomplish. Let us measure it by what we did. What did we learn? Where did we grow? How did we respond when things didn't go as planned? Because life is not a checklist, it's a process. And sometimes the most important progress does not show up as a tick on a list. So release what you didn't finish and carry forward what you gained. And surely, by God's grace, we'll step on into another week. And then we will come into that new week a little stronger than before. That's a message to round up this Friday here on the 3FM Sunrise. It will get me into the weather update for you this morning as well. And we're expecting it to be partly cloudy over most parts of the country this morning, with mist likely over the forest and mountainous areas in the early hours of today. Sunny conditions will prevail across the sectors during the day, as the expectation as well of isolated thunderstorms with or without rain occurring in some areas from the late afternoon into the evening hours. Log on to social media platforms, Twitter, as well as on Facebook. Find the Ghana Meteorological Agency. That's where you get updates as to what is expected for the day. Now that all of that is cleared, let us get into our song of inspiration for the morning. And this one is by Joe Metal and the Bethel Revival Choir. They call it the Ewe Praise Medley 2. I'm sure you will like it. Let's get into it. We return with the newspapers and what have you for you. This is the 3FM Sunrise, and I am Mawuena Egbeta, here with Johnnie, Hughes and the rest of the team. top of the many things in terms of details, another unfortunate incident on the Volta Lake claiming 9 lives, bodies still being searched for. One too many times we've had to report on the Volta Lake and the accident there. Maritime Authority and questions about the use of life jackets. That came up again in sharp focus in the aftermath of the accident. Christopher Mwako, my colleague in the northern part of the country, has been reporting, was reporting late into the night as to the development from there. And it doesn't quite leave the questions out of your head. The accident happened, authorities go, commiserations, talk, life jackets, and the fact that it will be insisted upon. And you turn around and you get to hear that yet another accident, no life jacket. And if you hear the story of how this one happened, so there was the accident initially, and they had the yellow gallons, or more often than not, we call Kufor gallons, given out to the persons on board, asked them to hold on to it because it was going to keep them afloat. Some of them could not continue to hold on to it. The grip was not there. They let go and then they sank. They drowned pretty much. And their lives were lost. Kids on board as well, women, some who could not swim. And this morning again, we're back to having this conversation again. Life jackets and travel on the Volta Lake as well. That obviously will be missed by a lot of the papers because they went to bed before a lot of that development began to trickle in. On other fronts as well, we know that emergency cabinet meeting took place yesterday and quite a number of measures taken. A 1-month stay on taxes and the price build-up on petroleum products.
Are you ready, somebody?
They include the removal of these taxes, the 100 buses, right? The 100 buses which came through kind courtesy, the Transport Ministry and the agency responsible, the Metro Mass Transit Limited, are to be deployed with emergency. And fares on Metro Mass will be reduced as well to help ease the burden. A form part of measures announced yesterday by the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwachiofu. So we'll listen to him pretty shortly as well. I'm just doing a roundup really of some of the many things you should be expecting in terms of conversations this morning as well.
I don't know what is in your life that you need to move away tonight. It may be corona. It may be some sadness in your life. It may be something that is pressing you down. Are you ready to let it go? Come on.
Also, in that suit by Noah Dampton seeking to challenge the constitutionality of the Office of the Special Prosecutor and its independence in going to court and prosecuting matters in and of itself, the Attorney General is a nominal defendant. And so by nominal defender means he will defend the government in all matters. His position aligns with that of the plaintiff, But no surprises, really. No surprises there. Because if you go back to 9+ years ago, when he was just a member of parliament, the Attorney General is the individual I'm speaking about, Dr. Dominic Ayene, who we understand should be a prof by now. He had long held that position that, look, you have to constitutionally amend the provision because the constitution is very clear as to who has prosecutorial powers. If you don't cause that amendment, the OSP cannot be independent. He's long held those views, and so no surprises in terms of the position he holds. But there are questions being asked, not of the Attorney General, not of the plaintiff, but of the Supreme Court. Because remember that the Office of the Special Prosecutor applied to be the defendant in this case. He said, let us argue out why we believe we're independent. And the court says, no, I don't think you are important in the scheme of things to be a party to the suit. And so the Attorney General will do the work for you, so you don't have to be a part of it. Here lies the case. The AG's position is not in tandem with that of the Attorney General, with that of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. So questions are being asked as to, okay, so who now argues out the case of the OSP, making the argument that, look, my office is independent and to allow me to do the work. I've seen a number of legal persons share opinions and thoughts in that regard as well. On the mining front as well, Heath Goldfields, they've sealed some $2.3 billion deal at the Bogoso Prestia mines. And that as well is red hot and blazing in terms of all of the conversations we've been having about mines and local participation. Heath Goldfields as well is a local firm. And so gradually there's a gravitation of some sort to local hands in terms of extracting our mineral resources, right? Let me run you through the front pages of the stories, and then I'll take you in to listen to the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwakye-Ofosu, from that news conference yesterday. We'll connect with Christopher Mwako as well to get updates on that unfortunate incident. But let me start off with a daily graphic this morning where they lead with government gives fuel price relief. Measures include public transport fare and tax cuts. Stories by Kester Abraham Crunchy. Writes from the presidency. Also on the front page, Heath Goldfield seals $2.3 billion deal at Bogoso Prestia mine. Comes with a picture of the managing director of Heath Goldfields, Patrick Apia Mensah. Fisheries Ministry sanctions Fujian farms over sanitary breaches. And by the way, the Food and Drugs Authority as well, they've sounded a note of caution, a serious word of caution out there. Of mass fish mortality at the Tema shipyard. Let me walk you through that statement quickly. And it says the Food and Drugs Authority Fisheries Commission, Tema Metropolitan Assembly, and the Criminal Investigations Department of the Ghana Police Service jointly advised the public of a fish mortality occurrence at the Tema shipyard. Now, this was noticed on April 6, 2026. The four institutions listed above jointly responded immediately and secured the site. The cause of the incident is currently under urgent investigation. Dead fishes were found concentrated within a 50-meter radius of the main unloading ramp. It was first observed by security personnel between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. A rapid response team comprising FDA inspectors, police officers, and Tema Port officials have since been collaborating to establish what might have caused this. Now, there's no evidence so far of deliberate sabotage or an immediate widespread health emergency. Between 60 and 80 fish samples and some water samples have been collected under chain of custody protocols for priority laboratory testing. But they have a note of public advisory as well, where they are advising the public as follows: that do not harvest, purchase, or consume fish or seafood from the Tema shipyard or adjacent areas until the FDA issues an all-clear notice. Fish from certified cold chain market outside the affected zone remains safe when cooked to an internal temperature of 63 degrees Celsius or above. Report sightings of dead or distressed fish to the FDA hotline on 0551 112 224 or 225 or the nearest FDA office. Anyone who has consumed fish from the area and is experiencing nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, or skin irritation should seek immediate medical attention and inform his or her healthcare provider of the potential exposure. Further updates will be provided as they become available. The public is encouraged to rely only on official channels for information. So it's jointly signed by the four respective agencies as well. And that's just by way of public notice to all of us in relation to what the FDA jointly with the Fisheries Commission, the Tema Metropolitan Assembly, and the Criminal Investigations Department of the Ghana Police Service put out yesterday.
I don't know what is in your...
On the Ghanaian Times this morning as well, operations, transport operators reject Toyota Voxy ban. They call for stakeholder engagement. Also here, NPRA cracks down on pension defaulters, recovers 27 million cedis. Prophet arrested for alleged threats against the VIP. Will make Gomwa Ghana's tourism hub. Gomwa Central MP is saying this. He's also on the front page. I'm not sure I did the back page of the graphic. Let me do the back page of the graphic, then I do the back page of the Ghanaian Times as well. So on the back page of the daily graphic, sachet water manufacturers suspend proposed price increment. Also here, Ghana-Nigeria onion trade dispute nears resolution as stakeholders outline roadmap. So that's the back page of the daily graphic. On the back page of the Ghanaian Times, Busa South District benefits from 41 million cedis school projects, and drug abuse among youth worsens in Pusiga, according to the chief of the area. That's the chief of Mandango, Naba Baba Musa Asimada in the Pusiga district of the Upper East region. The Daily Guide is next on my bill. AG OSP clash over power to prosecute is a big banner story here. Nana arrives in Benin for election observation. NPP revises internal election guidelines. And they have that FDA, Fisheries Commission, Tema Metropolitan Assembly, and CID news release here. Mass dead fish wash ashore at Tema And also 2 killed, vehicle burnt in Busumche. Violence. There's been violence at Busumche. It was a communal clash where 2 young men were beaten to death in a commercial vehicle burnt to ashes following communal clash between residents of Brode Kwanu and Asisirewa in the Bosumtwe district of the Ashanti region. The custodian, next on my agenda. Trafigura Heath Goldfield signed 700,000 gold offtake deal. I don't let us know if it's in cedis or dollars. NPP updates rules for internal elections. Minority wonders if NDC will cut cocoa price in election year. Zoomlion Geo Pomona signed deal to modernize Zimbabwe's waste sector. And World Bank projects Ghana's 2026 growth at 4.8%. On the back page, e-levy removal increases digital payments as according to Shaibu.
Let's move. I don't know what is in your life that you...
The chief executive officer of...
It may be corona. It may be some sadness in your life. It may be something that is pressing you down. Are you ready to let it...
MMFL. I don't know if there's mobile money.
Come on. Move away. Move away.
Also here, Egbeta assets hits $2.3 billion in strong growth. Last paper I have here, the news center, France, Ghana, Heath Health Compact. I've been reading a lot of Heath goes fine, so I say Heath. So it's France, Ghana Health Compact to boost investment, policy coordination, and resilience. Fintech's collaboration no longer optional. Yes, so it's Mobile Money Fintech Limited. I was right. And the chief finance officer is here as well, saying fintech's collaboration no longer optional. E-levy removal drives digital payment surge. Ghana card not enabled for financial transactions, as according to the National Identification Authority. Ghana loses 34.14 million barrels of oil worth over 1.7 billion US dollars. And AG challenges OSP's independent prosecution powers. And so the words of the song, this part says, look, it's not madness, it's Christ that I've seen. This excitement, the verb with which you see me act, it's not that I've gone mad, it's Christ, right? That's the words of the song. But let me take you now to the presidency, where the Minister for Government Communications yesterday addressed the press in the aftermath of the cabinet meeting, emergency cabinet meeting, and the matters from there. We're going to take a listen straight away now as he announced the measures by government, what is expected to be done, expectations going forward, amongst many other things. Yes, Felix Kwachio-Fosu, he's Minister for Government Communications, at that news conference.
So the first directive that Cabinet has issued is that the finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel. through the removal of some taxes and margins on fuel, effective the next pricing window, which is about a week from today. And this is supposed to be done as soon as possible. Second, the Transport Minister has also been instructed to ensure the expedited deployment of newly acquired Metro Mass buses. You recall that over the week we announced the arrival of 100 Metro Mass buses. Another batch of 100 buses are expected in August, and then the last batch of 100 are expected in November to make up 300. But currently we have 100 available, and the Transport Minister has instructed the Cabinet to ensure expedited deployment of these buses in high traffic corridors to ensure that it alleviates any difficulties that may have arisen out of the recent fuel price increases. The Transport Minister has also been charged with ensuring that these Metro Mass buses, in addition to the existing ones, charge or maintain transport fares which are lower than what private sector operators charge. And this is to ensure that Ghanaians are cushioned, especially when we reach peak periods at the rush hour. In addition to this, the President took the opportunity at the Cabinet meeting to remind all ministers and senior government officials and appointees to adhere strictly to his ban on fuel allowances and the allocation of fuel. And this applies to all ministers and senior government officials. Let me indicate that the reduction or removal of some taxes and margins, as I've indicated, which will lead to a reduction in fuel prices, effective the next pricing window, is supposed to last for an initial period of 4 weeks from the next pricing window. After the 4 weeks, the situation will be reviewed, and as and when it is deemed necessary, appropriate actions will be taken. So these are the major decisions taken at today's emergency cabinet session on fuel price.
That's the Minister for Government Communications, and you heard him in his own words detailing what is expected to happen. So taxes removed for the next 4 weeks, deployment of newly acquired buses for the Metro Mass Transit Limited, particularly on high traffic corridors, and the lowering of fares charged by Metro Mass below those of private sector operators as well. And so if you're following us on Facebook as well as on YouTube, you see for yourself the updates from there as well. We've put together brief details of what it is that emanated from the Minister for Transport, directed to ensure expedited deployment of recently acquired 100 Metro Mass transit buses in addition to existing ones on high traffic corridors, and ensure maintenance of lower transport fares on these buses than what private operators charge. Interesting perspective, eh? Ministers of Finance and Energy directed by Cabinet to ensure a reduction in fuel price in the next pricing window through the suspension of some taxes and margins. Said taxes and margins to be announced at next pricing window. This is for 4 weeks and will be reviewed based on the evolving situation in the Middle East conflict and movement in crude oil prices, which will lead us to our everyday check on the mornings here on the 3FM Sunrise as well, what crude oil prices are currently on the world market. Yesterday, somewhere around $94 per barrel. It went up to 96 at some point in time. It's still 96 as at this morning. And so it fluctuates in the 90 percentile regions, right? But it's down from the 113, 114 which we experienced. And so should this stay on into the next pricing window, there's a potential that could see a reduction even without the taxes, right? Even without the taxes, because we had crossed the $100 per barrel mark when the first pricing window for the month of April kicked in, and so a few dollars off, maybe some pesos in terms of the price of the pumps, but now we're expecting it could be significant based upon what Cabinet has decided. What Cabinet has decided in the last 24 hours as to measures to be undertaken by the Energy and Finance Ministries as well, right? Let's try and take you up north right now and get a bit more in terms of the details. And we'll get back to these conversations because this will have potential for the transport fare hikes, which was announced by a number of the agencies and groupings as well. The VVIP, they announced a 25% increase. The GPRTU as well were expected to follow suit, but there's been engagement, and so they are going to stay the hand in relation to that. They're going to stay the hand. But now that we're expecting Metro Mass fares to be lower, that could portend some serious conversations in relation to what happens to the private transport operators. Because remember, at some point in time last year, there was quite a conversation about this short trips being undertaken by the trotro drivers, right? So they are going to Kaneshi or they are going to Accra from Amasaman. They will do short trips, and increase the fare. So let me give you an example. So from Accra to say Ablekuma, they will do Kaneshi. When they get to Kaneshi, they will load Odoko. When they get to Odoko, they will load Awoshi Market. Then when they get to Awoshi Market, they will load Ablekuma. So if you are in Accra and you're going to Ablekuma, you pay the fare to Kaneshi. You pay from Kaneshi to Odoko. You pay from Odoko to Awoshi Market. Then you pay from Awoshi Market to Ablekuma. And then if you are going to Bokoboko and Sakina and the likes, they will load from there again and you pay. So you end up paying twice, thrice if you were paying for a straight trip, right? And so that became a subject of concern. Now, there were buses released, Ayalolo buses and all of that, to sort of curb that. We know that GPRT released task forces of their own to stop their members from engaging in a practice like that. It resulted in instances where now the trotro drivers were begging for people to get onto their buses. And so yes, competition is always good in terms of benefits for the consumer. That's one thing that we cannot do away with. Competition is very, very good on that score as well. But on that 9 persons dying in the Bunu East along the Prang area as well, we'll seek to connect with Christopher Amwako, who is my colleague. But I'm going to take us to Ghana tonight, last night, because he joined, and that's on TV3. My colleague Alfredo Kansi spoke to Christopher, and a number of the boat operator in question, right, was spoken to, and then some other officials from the authority yesterday, the authority responsible for checking boats travels or travel on the waterways. That name is just escaped. I mentioned it already this morning, but let's hear from the boat operator to start off with this morning, and then we'll seek to connect with Christopher again as well.
Try yes, and yes, and from an higher. A bed tries a bed cross. Now I could see a bunch of business by a kaya young to me. The senior Omutu Chronoso, Omu of Lanfo. The very Omutu Chronoso now, if a man first one bought by I have 5 chronos. There was a anchor almost now me as a driver and me taking time and me home prime for a month young.
Okay, so omu ye nipa sign ena wo fa omu.
Me and I'm late down
16. Okay. Inti mutumi ebimu ana
and the way by Sano. The try and late no funny and Jario. Remember, won't be by late no funny and Jario. If you try your best, you be ye. If you to me, Jolly a UP near the now of Madame Gallo by on to me. And ye and so gallon name from Anasa Bonafri Gallon. Nipa for the Yatina try you almost idea matter, much in your soul. Tis our phone, your mere save. By Kayano yet to make chimney or be near the now of Mata Gallon on so on to me, say, sir. If yes, so ye try ya Tama, ye benyam what ya free abontino. Na ya brebe now so I hear you. Senior, yes, will be a good you for my and our brain number. Yes, there is the
move to no one who say and from our more conum cooking from Anna Viennesia.
Ye bet to need any from my dear. Ye corner and from Anishia or points.
It is a much may Omuna say, do that one soon.
Cecilia, dear. Evans, I can't talk about me. I am.
So that was the boat operator there yesterday. That there were 16 in the course of the journey to the Central Gonja district, and then that happened. There was some wind, right? Some wind, which meant there was difficulty in being able to paddle and head towards the direction that they were headed in. Christopher is here. He's joined us via the phone lines. He spoke to the boat operator. Chris, we've just been listening to him explain. Tell us the story again as to how he explains the accident.
Okay, so Mawuena, basically what he's been saying is that he, on the 8th of April, some 16 persons were on board his boat, and flying boat, of course, and they were from France heading towards the Central Gonja district in the Savannah region. You know, usually around this time, the Fulani herdsmen move their families from some parts of the country to other parts of the country that they feel that their animals will get enough grazing land. So these people were migrating from the Prang area heading towards the Central Gonja district. And so the men had to follow the cattle in the bush, while the women and the children will use the Volta Lake and cross so that they will go to where they are going to. Unfortunately, when they got to the river bank and the flying boat they entered, on their way, there was a wind. And because of the struggle in the boat capsized. And unfortunately, only 4 out of the 16 that were on board were rescued. The remaining all were drowned. In fact, 9 bodies have since been found and buried. There is also a search for the remaining one. After yesterday, around 10:30 p.m., the search party was still on the Volta Lake trying to retrieve the remaining bodies. The police commander has also indicated that the bodies, the remaining people they are searching for could be more, because the boat operator does not even know the number of people who were on board his boat.
There were attempts to help them with gallons. How did that play out? Because we were hearing him say that they were giving out, initially when the boat capsized, they were giving out gallons to persons to hold on to sort of keep them afloat.
So what happens is that when the boat capsized, according to the boat operator, they were 2, himself and his assistant. So they had to swim and try to rescue them. Now, when they are able to pick you, the fishermen on the Volta Lake, they use this gallon, the 4 gallons, to support their necks So when they swim and they are able to pick you, they take you to the gallon and tell you to hold on to the gallon so that you don't sink, you don't go down the water. So that was what happened. Unfortunately, some of them could not hold on for long, so they will leave the gallon and go down the water. The four that were able to be rescued, they were able to hold on to the gallon until a different team came to pick them into a boat. But it's not like they were throwing gallons to them in the water. These gallons were already with nets on the water. And so when they are able to pick you, they swim with you to that enclave and make you hold on to the gallon so that you don't go down the water. Unfortunately, only four were able to do so. The remaining could not. And so they were those that lost their lives.
And for life jackets, that obviously suggests it was missing. You spoke to an official of the Maritime Authority on this particular subject matter. And what did they tell you as to why increasingly we return to this conversation again, a lack of life jackets costing us lives?
So there were two explanations. The first one has to do with the fact that the attitude of the people. Sometimes, I remember last year, some life jackets were given to some communities along the Volta Lake. Mawuena, if you go there now, there is no single life jacket. Some of them, when they even go, they don't want to wear them. You remember the recent Daboya issue. Now, if you go to the riverbank in Daboya, you barely find 3 life jackets there. Even the 3 that are there, the people do not even want to use them. That is one. 2, enforcement. The people who even go, even those that say they are educated and all those things, when they get to the riverbank, they don't want to use the life jacket. So that is the issue. Now, its availability is also another issue. You go to, these are small communities. These are not busy communities. And so when you get there, whatever that is there, you have to use. Majority of the people around those areas, the Volta Lake is their only means of transport. And so access to land transport, you have to leave your community, cross a river before you are able to get a car to go to your next destination. And it is also the shortest means of transport here. For instance, if you are from the Salaga area and you are going to the Abromase area, you are either also going to Yape in the Central Gondar district. It is very easy to use the Volta Lake from Kakaba. You cross and you are there. Very, very short. It will take you less than 40 minutes to get there. But if you have to use a car, it will take you over 2 to 3 hours. And so people prefer to use the shortest route. Unfortunately, the availability and usage of these life jackets is a problem.
Let's hear from the official and then perhaps give us final details as to updates if there are any this morning as well.
We had the information this evening around 40 start to mobilize land. People don't care. When you got there, they have already buried 9 on board the 16 with the rope. Retrieve 9 of them and they buried them early before you got there. So far.
So is there a search party still?
They're still searching for the rest of the people. As unfortunately, it's only one person. The husband lost 3 wives and 1, and with the children, 5 children, 5 boys and 2 girls, and the wife, 3 wives and it's so sad.
Yes, Commander, let's talk about the enforcement of the wearing of life jackets. Yes. What do you have to say about that?
Luckily enough, I went with not more coordinator. So we were advising them and mobilize them in the community. Actually, I just are using the boots. We have a meeting, and that will be next week, Tuesday. After that, we have engaged them seriously. And I'm going to monitor the system. They do not care. That will be the last thing.
So, Chris, that is an official of the. You spoke to an official there. In terms of what we're expecting this morning, is there continuous search and rescue. At this point in time, really, there's no hope of rescuing persons who are alive. But are they still searching for the bodies? Is that expected to go on today?
Yes, Mawuena, is expected to go on because the people along the river bodies also have their belief that when someone is drowned in the river, no matter what, they have to find the person. And so since yesterday, as late as 10:30 or 11, before we left, the search was still ongoing. And this morning, I have made contacts to the assemblyman of the area. He's told me that the search party is still ongoing. He himself was just leaving the house to go and join them so that they will all do the search. So it's still ongoing. Unfortunately, since yesterday night till now, they have even been able to find any of the missing persons. So the search is still continuing today.
Right then, Chris, thank you very much for those details. That's Christopher Mark, who is my colleague in the northern part of the country for us, talking to us about 11 bodies retrieved after a boat capsized at Prang near the central Gonja district yesterday. Unfortunate as it seems, really, the development from there. But we will continue to monitor and bring you details as to search and rescue in that regard as well this morning. But right now, though, raises a number of concerns as to increasingly how these things happen every now and then.
I am representing for all of human.
I mean, we're back every now and then. We hear about life jacket. That people don't want to use the life jackets. And Chris was telling us, even for some of the
including the educated, the lettered, and that's where the problem is.
They don't want to.
You know, in those, my experience with community reporting and traveling across the country gave me an impression about how chiefs, opinion leaders, political actors, the wealthy and the educated are positioned in a certain upper terrace in the minds of the citizenry.
Absolutely.
So when they don't find their chief wearing a life jacket, they don't find a rich man who is taking care of most people in the community
or something,
then they think that, now this man with all his money and influence and power and connections is not wearing them. Why should I be the one wearing them? And you can mirror that against communities where you have the chiefs not every now and then being their suit and tie or being in some sophisticated mode, but coming down to the people, trying to get down to do cleanup exercise with them, going for keep fit jogging with them, communal labor and all of that. You can mirror that against those communities and you can clearly tell that you find a lot more progress in those areas than you would find here.
Yeah.
And the prevalence of such unfortunate news, lives have been lost. A man lost 3 wives with his children and his mother as well. I can only imagine how he's feeling at this point, the pain, the agony that will be piercing through his heart at this point. But hey, it's another wake-up call for us. What can we do? And for me, as a country, we are blessed. If you look at the Ghana map, I saw the Ghana map for the first time in primary school many years ago, in the late 80s and in the early 90s. And you would see that the number of rivers that we have, the water bodies that we have, rivers, streams, lakes, you see them. I mean, so beautiful. What hits me is that we have not been able to put bridges that are fit for purpose over most of them. So I got excited when the president announced to the people around the Krobo area, the lower Manya Krobo area, is it a Franklins rather, the area that they were going to have a bridge constructed for them, because the pontoon was also becoming a problem, you know. So it's good news. Look at how long that Sogakope Bridge has been there, and how well it has served the people, both living in Ghana, living in Togo and neighboring countries, and it creates an easy route for people. Chris said something. He said the people could have used the road, but it is a longer journey. So they decide that, okay, we would use the water pathway as our pathway to, you know, a shorter distance.
It's shorter if you want to
get
do,
to get. But what are they traveling in? They were not traveling in boats. They're traveling in canoes, and the canoes are often overloaded.
16 plus, and from what the official was telling him, the Maritime Authority, I don't know why Maritime Authority, I'll mention it one time and then we're skipping the next time I want to say. The Maritime Authority officials were telling him that they believe there will be more bodies because the boat operator did not, or the canoe operator, not because it's not a boat,
it's a canoe, yeah.
The
It's
canoe
a wooden
operator
canoe.
did not know the number of people who were on board. So you can imagine how overloaded possibly it could be. And no life jackets.
And Mawuena, I've seen, I mean, I've refused to get onto some of those boats. I remember so well when we used to go to Jakiti, Akwamu Jakiti, for example. I would refuse to sit in a boat that has more than maybe 6 people, a canoe that had more than 6 people, because I believed in balance. I believed in that managing the weight. And you listen to the narrative that Chris gave, that some of the people were struggling. In fact, when Chris and the canoe operator were in that conversation, that interview, they said that some of the people were struggling. They would rescue them, but they would still struggle, you know, to hold on to the yellow gallons that are given to them. I mean, at some point they will get tired, because they also need the energy to be able to do that kind of rescue mission. Another thing that comes to mind, Mawuena, is the fact that we know that people use these routes as means of transport. We have marine police. We do. Have we deployed them to those areas? Yeah. We know that we have marine police. They are trained to do this. Search, rescue, they are trained to do it. We have our Ghana Navy. We have people who are trained in emergency response at the fire service, NADMO. Do we have them stationed around these places so that we know that, okay, canoe A is leaving shore A to get to shore B, and this is the distance, having done some simulation exercises, this is the distance and the duration that comes with that distance. And so if he leaves shore A and is supposed to get to shore B, or the point of termination by 35 minutes or in 35 minutes, and after 40 minutes, 45 minutes, there's no call from him, a quick search could be done. I thought we bought drones as a country.
Oh, those drones, which was initially meant for
Galamsey. I thought we bought them. We invested in those drones, right? I have gone. We
don't know where they are.
I have gone to villages with Daniel Oklu. Danny played a video, and we have used drones to first do the recce scout and check if it is cool before we move along there. He's done drones. We've gone to the beach side. I mean, the drone could shoot way in there. So it's possible to have them. I mean, if you pick a canoe, for example, and then you go further into the water and you start the drone from there, it actually gives you a certain head start into, as opposed to being on the shore.
Yeah.
So Marine Police, our Navy, our NADMO, our Fire Service, where are they at these places? Then the drones.
Yeah.
And then you want to also ask the question, why are people refusing to use the roads? Is it because the roads are bad? Because the understanding we got that all the roads have been fixed. And that is why Kwame Agboje's big push, John Mohammed's big push, and soul sourcing and everything became a big topic in this country. Just about last week or last 2 weeks. We were trying to find problem. Have you seen the nature of the road that the people are avoiding? The people are avoiding the road, the drivers are avoiding the road because that road is not in good condition. So we will sometimes sit in Accra, or sit in Kumasi, or sit in Takrady, or sit in Ho, and assume that the entirety of Ghana is from our perspective. I told somebody 2 days ago that a little travel around the country will change the perspective. A little travel around the country will change the perspective. Last week, I was out of town briefly, and I took time to engage with some individuals. You know, usually you have people who are selling either pawpaw or some pear along the roads in the hinterlands, the countryside. And then you spend time to ask them, the contractor where you say, my cheek is bad. But your man Crawford Bibri, ma say, minimia usu nimienti yembra nienshe ni obi tumi aye ni yi baako, but ye hwemu an ye say okay wo kwesi mensa wo ni you kona kwaye odwe say, do you know what the woman told me? She said, so mo ye kwan ni de no mfa ye hu o si so mo ye kwan ni de no mfa ye hu, because she is also looking at how the improved road will give her economic freedom, how the improved road will improve her health by not giving her bronchitis and chest infections, etc. So, if we are calling for development, let's be holistic in our call for development. And let's stop putting a party tag on everything. For all you know, there are people who still get calls from the villages. Because they are in the city, they get calls from the villages, where there are family members who are affected by these bad roads, inhaling dust 24/7, will be calling them to say, give me something small, I want to go to the clinic. If that road is fixed, would they be calling you to give you something small for clinic? They'll be calling you that I have 1 more acre, give me something small so I can buy maize seeds or something to plant. And that's financial freedom for them, economic freedom. This one too, they for teach for school before we go know.
For me, the part which worries me is knowing the Ghanaian. I sometimes feel like there's a giving up of some sort on the part of authorities who are supposed to enforce the wearing of life jackets and all of that. And so, we've gone once, we've gone twice. The people don't like to wear it. If they don't wear it, they should be there.
Yeah.
You know, I feel that is the sense in which we're in, and there's a disenchantment or a disconnect between persons who are supposed to be helping make life better and easier, just watching on. Because you mentioned Marine Police. If we are to do a look back at the number of boat accidents in this country, I'm sure we'll reach in the hundreds if you go back, say 5-10 years ago.
Yeah.
It happens far too many times, different places. And every time we gather, we see, I mean, I was listening to the official, I said, so we will go, we'll give them the life. Yes, there's a problem of the people not wearing it.
Yeah.
But Chris mentions that it is not even available. And there's an additional problem. When they bring their life jacket, it ends up in somebody's room. instead of being at the point where it will be needed.
You see, I have had opportunity to go to Inzulezu, and that's the Nzama lingua for on top of the water or atop the water. Inzulezu, right? Atop the water. So it's a whole community. They live on stilts. They built their school, their church. They run their own business on the water. They've lived there for many years, and that's how they survive. Now, you would have to cross a river, right? From the beach. There's a beach on this other side of the road, and then the Inzulezu town is here. Before you get into the Inzulezu town, before you sit in any of the canoes, you will not be allowed to board the canoe if you do not have a life jacket on.
So is it the personal property of the individuals getting on board?
No. So these life jackets that were procured, and I'll give you another classic example. When the Akosombo Dam spillage happened, we went to do an outside broadcast in the Volta region. I would give credit to Togbe Jablu and then Togbe Sakpiti. And look, when we got there, as soon as we got there, they had already gone to look for life jackets for all of us. So I was on one of the canoes that took me to one of the densely affected areas. And I was in a life jacket. All of us, all 6 of us on the canoe or in the canoe were in life jackets. Godwin Asedeba went to do some reports. He was in a life jacket. Look, they made it a personal thing that as soon as you get there, you'll be given life jackets. And we saw that some of those life jackets had been sought from Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. You remember Blakwa, now a foreign affairs minister, went seeking for some. Honorable Ablanji Fagumashi went seeking for some. And so when the life jackets are presented, I'm very confident that they are presented to the community. So at the point of boarding, I am sure that just as we have station masters in our trotro stations, we also have somebody who is supposed to be supervising these things at these points. Why don't we make it a rule, a hard and fast rule, that before you get onto a canoe, you have to be in a life jacket. If you don't have a life jacket, you are not crossing this river. Finish. How difficult is that? Because if the people along the banks of the river know that Mawuena and Johnnie Hughes do not know how to operate a canoe, if we get there with the canoe, just by the small skirmishes we do, they will know whether we are qualified or not. And if we are not, they will prevent us from going aboard with it. So why can we not insist on such basic and small things? Why can't we do that? Will it be too hard to detail 2 people there or 3 people there to run a 3-shift system? Will it be too hard to detail people there? I know in that community there are national security officers there, plain code national security officers there who live in the community. They could have sent a distress report down to Accra or to the district or to the region. There are policemen in that community. There are fire service men in that community. There are NADMO officials in that community, and NADMO's job is to first prevent disasters from happening, and then when they do happen, to manage same. And then you have military garrisons and whatever it is. We can draft people there. Because if this has been happening over and over and over again, at the point of boarding, at the point of getting onto the canoe, make it a rule. No vest, no boarding. Finish.
That's why I come back to the question that I wish you're on the back of the recent ones, right? Of the previous incidents. We didn't have a rule like that. Because Ghana, we have everything when it comes to rules. It's just a lack of the enforcement, and sometimes because you try 1, 2, and the people do not want to comply, so leave them. You let them do what they want and let them be in that situation. And I'm saying that we can't go on like this. And I'll liken this to the redevelopment conversations at Kaswa and a lot of these major roads where we see people, market women and all of the persons who've taken over pavement, sidewalks,
blocks, traffic lights from the public. And can you imagine that? Can you imagine that we kept complaining that there's so much traffic around the market area and they have to install a traffic light, only for them to do the demolition for me to see the traffic light. The traffic light has always been there. Somebody decided to cover the traffic light
with shops and sheds.
Are you kidding me?
You see, we come back and then we say, oh, the people, this, that. And I listen to the people and I try to put myself in their shoes and ask, yes, you come here to get your daily bread every day. It is a duty of the government if there will be a market somewhere where you can go and sell. But even in that case, is it still justified that the sidewalks and every other place is taken over? Yes, you're making your money there, but is it justified? Will you do this when you step outside of the country and the aborigine that we pray for, Yema visa, not Kobino? Would you do that when you get there?
Mawuena,
you won't,
they don't.
because
they don't.
The laws will be enforced in a manner such that when you go, that's why you love the place. That's why the place is nice for you. You go and you say, oh, everything is in order. This and that is in order. Why is it when it comes to us doing that same thing here, then there's a problem? But yes, I understand. It will go in tandem with making provisions for the persons to go there. But I think it starts off first with folding our arms by the assembly, watching on the people mass up and fill up the entire road.
Right.
Then later on you go
Mawuena,
and you say you're going to
I'll tell you something. Those same people who tell you brofododo, small blofo you mocho, you more tree, you more gun, you might be mintio. Give them a visa. Let them cross over.
You know,
the first thing they want to do is to understand and to be able to communicate, because the system will leave you behind. You'll be stranded most of the time. That's the first one. The second thing which you alluded to is that we are the same people who will destroy nearly everything here, and as soon as we cross over, we don't do those things. Like here, people, and I like a long distance driver who's been doing a lot of public education. A lot of public education, literally warning them.
Yeah.
Look, do you know that people actually bring used diapers, right? They consolidate it. Used diapers, maybe 6 or 8 of them that their children have used. They put it together, put it in a black poly bag or whichever poly bag, and they join these vehicles and they leave it in it. Can they do that in any of the Mankono buses in London? They won't dare do that, because there are cameras everywhere. You will be found out. So if we want our country to be developed, it starts from us. You let the country try these basic things that we have spoken about this morning. Detail somebody to the shore. Let somebody be there to be policing, to say that if you don't have a life jacket, you are not getting on board anything. Somebody's asking on the stream, what about the newborn babies? Now, in the strictest sense of anything, what are you doing on such a dangerous terrain with a newborn baby? I mean, what are you doing with a newborn baby on such a dangerous terrain? The road may be a longer distance to travel, but between your life and safety, which one do you choose over speed? You tell me. What are you doing on such a turbulent water, pathway, when you know that the unfortunate happens very often? What are you doing with a newborn baby there?
It's a lack of sense of security.
The newborn baby itself is now trying to understand the environment around him or her as a baby. And then you take the baby out there to that point. Breathing becomes a problem for the baby. You are exposing the baby to all manner of, waves and whatever it is. You are endangering the life of the child. And we do that so often. Sometimes you get to a construction site. Yes, you have to feed. But before you enter a construction site, they tell you to wear a hard hat. No? And they ask you to wear a hard-toed boot.
They will stop you at the entrance for you to wear one. And for my guys, I mean, a lot of us who like to play video games, right?
Yeah.
So GTA 5, GTA 6 is expected. There's a mission in GTA 5 where you have to go and take some document. In the game, when you are playing and you're walking into a construction site, they stop you and give you a helmet. In a video game,
toy. Somebody with toys.
They'll stop you and say you can't walk around without a helmet on. In fact, it is a part of what they are and what they do. That it has been incorporated in a video game.
It is ingrained. It's ingrained in you.
In a video game.
So you wear your helmet, you wear your hard-toed boots, protective boots. If it's a place where they are doing blasting, etc., you wear goggles. And then you wear reflective clothing just for your safety. Now I go to construction sites and I saw one, I think in Takrady or so. Somebody is building, I think a 3-story, 2-story, 3-story. I don't remember exactly what, but the construction, they progress. Here you see a mother with a baby strapped on her back. Yes, you have to feed. No difficulty about that. But the man who is supervising you is wearing a helmet. And you who is helping to do the pompo by fetching water to come and drop in the, pour into the bigger can for them to be able to, reservoir for them to use. You have no helmet. You are wearing chaliwati. Baby strapped on your back. Baby is not wearing a helmet. You are not wearing a helmet. No protective clothing. No hard boots for you. So you are exposed to nails pointing upward. All these things just because you want to feed. And then I paused and asked, is this the only place where you can find, is this the only job that you could find? Because touch wood, if a brick or block falls from the top and it doesn't hit the baby and it hits you, the mother, you go down. And in your going down, you would have lost control. You are going down with the baby and will be tied to you if you fall on your back. That's the baby's head right on the concrete floor. What would you have achieved? The way we compromise and make things look so, how do I put it? So easy and light.
A complete disregard for personal security even.
We know that when you get to the filling station, you have to switch off your engine. Don't we know that? But we get to the filling station.
And it's on.
It's on. The person is even making a call via the Bluetooth
Hughes
device. And he's there and he's filling the tank, and it will take about 20 minutes or maybe 15 minutes. And they are filling for him. He's a big man, rolled up, and everything is happening. Maybe chatting with the side chick or maybe the wife. I was going to pick the children from school. And you can clearly see the sign there. Those same people, when they get to the filling stations outside, they switch off their engines and then they go and do the needful, even if it is self-service. So what is our black man problem? What is our problem?
I think the enforcement bit, right? There's a saying that people will not do what you ask them to do, what you police them to do.
But if you go and arrest Kweku Mensah right now, or Ajete, near Ajete right now, so I fu okeke, I fu okeke, okoto fu okeke. And the police for this are matching because the engine is sooner. The wife friend is here pick call, and the 30 seconds for police see matching. That is how we will put the narrative out.
I know.
We will not say that there were other children of God who were also there at the filling station whose life had been endangered by this Kweku Mensah or near Ajete. We won't say that. And that is how we are as a people. Whether you like it or not, that is how we are as a people. The other time I was talking about this 20 pesos, 10 pesos, 5 pesos thing. Sometimes you go and buy something, somebody has to give you a change. And you know, usually some of these ladies who sell, maybe they're selling orange. And they say, oh, one is maybe 1 cedi. I usually don't buy the singles. I go to the market, I buy in bulk, I wash them with my vinegar, put them in the fridge, and then, So maybe she says one is 1 cedi, or maybe 3 for 2 cedis. You have 5 cedis. You've bought 2 cedis. And then you are looking for your 3 cedis change. She has 2 cedis. So she gives it to you. And she says, oh, I don't have 1 cedi. Please go and come. I shall find your 1 cedi by the time you return so I can give it to you. This is around 11 a.m. So you go away. 3 p.m. you come back. There's still no 1 cedi. So you leave and go. You come back 5 p.m. There's no 1 cedi. You leave and go. But by the time you came back at 5 p.m., there's somebody there who is also buying or perhaps has come to sit and is chatting with this orange seller. Suddenly, you now become the one who is tormenting them because you are asking for what is rightfully yours, 1 cedi.
Hey, open you 1 cedi now.
1 cedi now, 1 cedi. But 1 cedi is money. If they add 1 cedi to a liter of fuel, as the government has done now, we complained, didn't we complain? If you are going to swap your dollar or your pound or your euro, and they take 1 cedi from it when you know the exchange rate on the wall, you will complain. Because then the volume will be 1 cedi times $100. 1 cedi times 100 euros, 1 cedi times 100 pounds. You will complain. Because then you do the tabulation. But me in 1 cedi, I should leave it for you. Forgetting that my entire salary for the month is 1,500 cedis. So the money that I have, there's calculation. This is the real life situation. When you go and buy it from whether a ShopRite, China Mall, Melcom, name them, if it is left with your 2 pesos, they will find the 2 pesos and give it to you. Because it is Obroni running the business. And Obroni doesn't want to, because in Obroni Chrome, they don't do that. What is wrong with us?
Attitude is crazy.
Charlie.
Let's read messages and do sports now. A number of you have shared your messages via Facebook with us.
Mawuena, before you read the messages, we're talking about VIP having raised their transport fares by some 25% already. And even though that the government had said that, look, we are going to
take measures
to have a cabinet meeting, they didn't wait. They just went ahead. And sometimes you may wonder whether the motive is business or political or both, but you leave it there. Now, Intercity STC Coaches Limited, that belongs to the state. That's why I've been asking for the state to do business with the state, because if the state does business with the state will get money. If STC were insuring all their buses with SIC, and all the ministries, departments, and agencies were insuring their vehicles at SIC, SIC will be so liquid, government will have a lot of money, and nobody will come and bluff us. That was how President Nkrumah intended for us to run. So how did we deviate? Now, this is dated 9th April 2026. The management of Intercity STC Coaches Limited wishes to inform our cherished passengers and the general public that our fares have not been changed as of today, April 9, 2026. Today is the 10th. We would like to assure the public that we operate strictly in accordance with directives from the Ministry of Transport and only implement fare adjustments as approved by the appropriate authorities. We sincerely appreciate the trust and loyalty of our valued customers and reaffirm our commitment to delivering quality services at all times. We therefore urge the public to disregard any rumors suggesting that Intercity STC Coaches Limited has increased its fares. Thank you for your continued patronage. Managing Director, Intercity STC, Al Hassan Ligby. That is him. He says we have not increased our fares. So you can choose STC depending on your budget and for safety and comfort. And for you to get there in good time. But Mawuena, you also know that yesterday, after the cabinet meeting, the directive was giving that the buses, the 100 buses, should be distributed. And this is where I want to see the Ministry of Transport take proper leadership, because the trotro drivers and the taxi drivers are robbing us. And they are not the only ones. There are those who are with the ride-hailing services. I book a ride. I use the app. Before you became a rider, you went, you were interviewed, you signed a document. So the terms and conditions of you working for that ride-hailing app is known. No? And then I book a ride. You appear. Waiting period. Everything. I join the ride. We are on the journey. I get to my destination. You end the trip. The amount I'm supposed to pay appears. They say, no, I have to add on to what the app has said. Because you, the rider, in your own infinite wisdom, assume in the fertile imagination of your mind that the journey is longer and the ride app did not calculate it accurately. They do that. If you like, let's activate the phone lines. They do that. They literally end up fighting people for it.
That would be ludicrous.
That, I say, Mawuena, they do it. If you like, bring the ladies behind our social media. Bring them now and come and ask them.
You asked me to, if out of the benevolence of heart,
it is not, they don't do it. They don't ask you as if it's from the benevolence of their heart. Sometimes, I don't know what they call it. Is it bonus or something?
So you can tip them.
No, it's not tipping. Sometimes the app gives you bonus or
so yes,
credits. I don't know how what they call it.
It slashes.
So I've picked the ride from
promo,
here.
So a promo and
promo.
Then
so I picked the ride from here, from Kanda. I am going to Supreme Court. That's more traffic around the AMA office, Accra City Hotel, climbing up to Old Parliament House, Iyoko, holds us down. But then I get to the Supreme Court. So from here, maybe it says maybe 10 CDs or 12 CDs. I get there, and the app says, so we are running a promo, so pay 6 CDs.
It's a lack of education, because when the
it is not a lack of education.
When the companies run promos, they the drivers get it back, and I interact with them a lot.
Mawuena, it is not a lack of education. They assume that they have earned the right to take it from you. That's one. Number two, do you know that until recently, sometimes you get in a boat and you ask the driver, you want to pay with Momo, and they say they want the cash. Sometimes you want to pay with card, and they say, I don't like card trip. And they please end it so I can go.
Yeah.
But this same person will travel to the UK or US, and then we'll go and find a vehicle and be doing what it is, and we'll be running card trip. We'll wait for the week to end and we'll wait for the money to come. No complaint. Why do we do this to ourselves? So it takes, the Ministry of Transport has to lead from the front. All those drivers who do soppy charging, you are going to Kaswa, you pick me from Nkrumah Circle, and you start announcing Kaneshi. You get to Kaneshi and say, oh, I'm going to Odoko. So you've taken Kaneshi fare. And then from Kaneshi to Odoko, you take another fare. And then from Doko to Malam, you take another fare. Then from Malam to Weja, you take another fare. Then from Weja to Kaswa, or maybe Tuba, you take another fare. And then before you take me to Kaswa, you'd have taken 6 different fares from me. If we consolidate those fares together, you would have shortchanged me. And that is why these days all the boys are busy trying to find some small konyo cabins so that they can buy their own fuel and be safe from it. In December, when the government decided that let the agency buses run free transport for the people, you see how they bled. They have soon forgotten about that situation and they are coming back. But I don't blame them. I blame our governments. If we had managed OSA well, if we had managed City Express well, we won't be here. At least we know that King of Kings and many other private transport people showed the example that it can be done. These buses that have been brought, maintenance should be key. Look at what has become of Metro Mass buses. Look at what has become of Ayalolo buses. And have you seen that the new EV buses are also moving in that direction? Maintenance. So this is where I want to see the transport ministry come to the front.
Right.
And lead from the front. And no kululu. Because we'll be fishing out for those who will be doing kululu. No kululu. Buddha, good morning.
So, a few messages. Ore Kwampafo is here. Kwame Jandam says, whether Ken Oforiatta is sick or 6 feet underground, the people of Ghana will hold him accountable. That is a fact. No clever lawyer tactics or tricks, no evil maneuvers, nothing will save him from facing the good people of Ghana to answer for years of political cruelty and gross criminality. He says, Ebenezer Ajimandia says after 24 hours, no government officials have visited them. If it happened after MPP, people will be making noise in this. I'm not sure it's been 24 hours yet.
But whether it's been 24 hours or less, you see the thing I was talking about politicizing it.
Yeah.
The people who died, we don't even know their party affiliation to begin with. If you had the system running, nobody would care about any government official coming to visit, because that thing would have been minimized or eliminated completely.
Absolutely.
So I will invite and encourage him as a young man to tag along with us, to ask that the police be there present, NADBO be there present, the Marine Police be there present, Fire Service be there present, and insist that if you don't have a life jacket, you are not going on. And if you bring a newborn baby, go and use the road.
So on that score, Paulina asks a question, but why is it so difficult for us to do the right thing? Is it difficult to understand that you have to look after yourself? She asks. I think expectation of the government is a bit too much. What do we bring to the table ourselves? We know the right and we must take some responsibility. There was a comment about a baby and the person saying that if you bring the baby, what are you doing there with the baby to start?
Charlie, some people have broken the table and have used it for light to cook kinky. That's where we are,
and all of that. Oreku is here. He'll do sports for us, after which we'll be back.
Otuado's friend there. Oreku is Otuado's friend.
After which we'll be back.
Very good friends.
After which we'll be back with...
Why are you laughing? Is he not Otuado's friend?
I'm not sure
Oreku, come. Please. You know, we want to understand. Are you not Otuado's friend? Are you friends with Otuado?
No.
You have never been friends with him?
No.
Otuado?
We are both professional in what we do.
Okay. But you were the one who was asking him a question at one of the matches after the post matches, right?
Which one was it?
Was it some match? I remember he was coming through the tunnel and you were firing a question to him. It's not in recent time. I think it was 2024. 3FM
92.
One of the matches. I don't remember exactly the question, but you had an exclusive. You fired a question to him from behind the fence, and he fired an answer, or I think he looked at you, and then
it's possible, but I think it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Probably his first stint or so.
Yes. The first thing. The 2023, 2024-ish. Yeah.
Now that he's been fired, he has no friends.
That's how the world
Nobody likes failure.
Let's get into sports now.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Oreku Ampofo. Let's start off from news making waves in the last 24 hours involving Ghana star Mohamed Kudus. The 25-year-old has been ruled out of the 2026 World Cup after suffering a fresh quad injury. Kudus had been out of action for about 97 days since picking up the injury while playing for Spurs against Sunderland on January 4. The Ghanaian has missed 16 games due to the injury and is expected to now be out for the rest of the season. With less than 65 days to the World Cup, my colleague Michael Oteje assesses the impact of Kudus' absence and how that could potentially affect the Black Stars.
Mohamed Kudus may have had his difficulties over the last few years in the Black Stars jersey. He may not have played particularly great in the World Cup qualifiers, except towards the end. he may have floundered badly when it was time to lead the team and be captain in the Nations Cup qualifiers. But Mohamed Kudus is Mohamed Kudus. He is the guy who barely puts a foot wrong when it comes to playing for Ghana in major international tournaments. Nations Cup against Egypt, 2 well-taken, impeccable goals. World Cup debut against South Korea. Became the first Ghanaian player to score a brace in the World Cup. Mohamed Kudus knows how to step up, and you can bet your last peswa when you put Mohamed Kudus on the World Cup pitch against Panama, against England, against Croatia, Mohamed Kudus will step up, because in many ways, Mohamed Kudus is like many great Ghanaian players. He is like the Ayew was in the 2 World Cups that he's played in. He is like the way Michael Essien was, the way Stephen Appiah was in laying on that wonderful pass against Italy. He knows how to turn on the big stage. And these reports of injuries is a crushing blow to not just himself, because after the difficulties with Spurs, this would have been a welcome distraction from anything, but it's a crushing blow to the Black Stars, because if it's either Santos or Queiroz and the rest, then the need for creativity in the Black Stars will become even more apparent. It will become even more apparent that you have a player who's got the ability to take the ball, to carry the ball forward, to lay on passes for his teammates, to put in pinpoint crosses. Basically, there will be need for a creator. And Kudus is not just a good finisher, he is a creator. So this is, in many ways, this is a lot of bad news.
Or we still stay on the national team and talk about more related issues, and that's because Sports and Recreation Minister Honorable Kofi Adams says the Black Stars' vacant head coach role will be filled by Monday. Speaking on Channel 1's Upside Show, Kofi Adams added that the team has what it takes to win the World Cup, but needs a good manager to steer them to success.
I would say that we are preparing. If I tell you that we are ready today, we don't even have a head coach.
That's
so it means that we are not fully ready yet.
Yeah.
But I see us being ready by the time it's time for us to play our first game. So no, we should be hopeful. This is a World Cup that I believe I see us doing well. We may not have the best of players as we had maybe in some time past, based on they playing together for some time, but we still have what it takes for us to go very, very far. Maybe possibly even win the World Cup.
Right.
Hopefully, if by this weekend we don't announce the coach, latest by Monday we should be able to announce our new coach.
Now from the Black Stars, let's head to the Black Starlets, who are now set to take on Senegal, South Africa and Algeria in the Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations, following the draw which was held on Wednesday. Speaking after the draw, assistant coach of the team, Nana Kweku Agyeman, says that the goal of the side is to win the trophy.
And when we go to the field, it's the same, whether it's training, matches, we all respond to the same language. So it's really, really huge for us as a technical team, not only to just go and participate, but to win the AFCON. We have told ourselves that we want to go out there and win. Anything aside winning, we probably will just beat ourselves up a bit, because we know that we have what it takes as a technical team, and the boys that we put together.
3FM 92.7.
Meanwhile, CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe says that he is not going to exert his energy on false and unfounded allegations involving the football governing body. His comment comes after his visit to Morocco, where he met a number of high-profile delegates to speak on the dramatic 2025 Africa Cup of Nations final, which has led to widespread criticism after the CAF Appeals Board stripped Senegal of the title. Motsepe visited Morocco just 24 hours after he had been in Senegal.
All sorts of allegations which are false and unfounded. And you make a statement to correct that. But those false and unfounded allegations continue. That's what I'm saying. I'm sick and tired. I'm not going to keep wasting my time to continue responding to false and unfounded allegations and accusations were just repeated all the time. The second issue is that in accordance with the regulations, I have to wait. I have to wait until we take legal advice. We have to, because we have a duty to protect the integrity and the reputation of the 54 nations on the African continent and CAF itself. But in accordance with the legal advice, we have to now respect the decision that comes out of CAS, and the guidance was.
Well, that was CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe there. To some more, let's switch our attention now to the local scene, because match day 29 of the Ghana Premier League begins today in Doma, with Aduana coming up against league leaders the BNI Gold Stars. The action continues on Saturday, where Heart of Oak face Vision FC away from home, while second place Mediama host Asante Kotoko on Sunday. Now, ahead of Mediama's game against Kotoko, head coach of Mediama Ibrahim Tanko says that his goal is to secure maximum points.
No, I think playing Kotoko is always a big game, not only because of the name Kotoko, but because of where we are in the league now, and every game is very important. And we are playing home. We want to control the game. We want to win. Definitely, we want to keep our 3 points here. It's not going to be easy, but like I said, we trained very good this weekend, and I hope that the boys will make it happen.
Now to the fixtures for match day 29. Aduana host BBNU Gold Stars later today at 3 p.m. That match will be live on TV3. Heart of Oak travel to Vision FC. And then there's Dreams FC at home to 11 Wonders. Young Apostles host Swedro All Blacks as Nations are home against Holy Stars. Karela welcome Heart of Lions as Mediama face Asante Kotoko at their TNA Park. And then Samatex host Brekum Chelsea. Now, before we go, at 4:30 and 4:30 p.m. later tonight, all roads would lead to the Bukom Arena for the Rise continues, a bout put together by Legacy Rise. The headline bout will see Ghana's Theophilus Alote come up against Jonas Erastus of Namibia for the WBA Africa Gold Super Flyweight title. And so this bout will be taking place at the Bukom Boxing Arena, and so you can make your way there much later today. And you can also get updates on the fight much later, and then all subsequent sports updates on our social media handles at 3 Sports GH. My name is Ore Kwampofo, and Sunrise continues right after this.
92.7.
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the Rutical here.
0.7. The Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA, proudly invite you to the prestigious evening celebrating excellence in trade and commerce. GUTA Inauguration and Awards Night 2026. Join us as we officially inaugurate our new national executive and honor outstanding individuals who have made significant contributions to Ghana's trade and business landscape. Date is the 10th of April 2026. Time is 6 p.m. sharp. Venue is the Aliza Hotel North Range in Accra. 10th April is today. It's happening tonight. Aliza Hotel North Range, Accra. Event chairman Dr. Ernest Ofurisa. Special guest of honor Honorable Mrs. Elizabeth Ofoswe-Jari, Minister responsible for trade, agribusiness and industry. Guest of honor Honorable Alan John Kojo Tremanting, leader of the United Party. What to expect? Well, official inauguration of GUTA's new leadership is going to happen this evening. Prestigious awards recognizing excellence in trade and commerce. Networking with key stakeholders in Ghana's business sector. The dress code is formal or traditional. Black tie event. There will be lots to eat, lot to drink, lot to dance to. Oh my God. You've got to be there this evening. If you have been invited to join the Ghana Union of Traders Association, proudly step out in grand style and join them. The Aliza Hotel North Ridge, Accra, 6 p.m. sharp. Let's GUTA take the praise. It's Friday, Pai Mami Nibayano. Today, Mother and Matriarch goes home. Madame Alberta Kweki Kweno, St. Joseph the Work Anglican Church. Today she goes home to be with the Lord. Devout Christian, celebrated chorister, choir mother of St. Joseph. Goes home to rest. Founding member of the Anglican Young People's Association. Isaac Mensa, good morning to you. Mrs. Nyako, good morning to you. Mrs. Nyako, Chekwe, good morning. Papa Bisu, good morning. Abolo Common says, good morning. Niningwa, good morning. Shark, good morning. Juliet, good morning. Hajia Freedom Fighter, good morning. Alaji Alkondo, good morning. Alaji Rauf, good morning. Alaji Peter T, good morning. Senior good morning to you. Ajana One, good morning to you. Libra, good morning to you. Paul, good morning to you. Labi, the farmer, good morning to you. Ninungwa, good morning to you. Johnnie, Teshi, good morning to you. To all the names that I cannot immediately remember. Eben in Kwabenya, good morning to you. Good morning to all of you. Zuma of Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. Good morning to you. I'll introduce our guest to you in a bit when we get into a conversation. Yesterday there was an emergency cabinet meeting. President John Dramani Mahama has directed that fuel relief measures should be initiated at the next pricing window. Also the 100 new vehicles, the buses that have come. We know that some more 100 are being expected in August. Another tranche of 100 in November, making a total of 300 buses for the year 2026. This is supposed to ease the pressure on public transportation, to clear the long, winding and sometimes irritating and nagging queues of people trying to find vehicles to go to work, to go home, or to go about their business. Yeah, in private business or within the public sector. The president has subsequently directed that the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Energy take steps to make sure that this reduction is done immediately. The next pricing window is locked for 4 weeks, subject to review. We also know that in the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, tensions have calmed down a bit, even though nobody is really letting down their guard. It's for a 10-day period. I've already done a few days in the 10 days, about 4 or 5 days. We will wait. Fuel prices on the global front, Brent crude dropping. Will it remain so? I don't know. When we return from this break, I'm sure I'll introduce my guest to you, and then we'll get the conversation on the road.
Accra, get ready! Decathlon Ghana, the exclusive partner of Optimum Nutrition in Ghana, is launching on 11th April at 4 p.m. Enjoy flat 20% off on all supplements and 20% off on fitness equipment and apparel, treadmills, dumbbells, exercise bikes, yoga mats, and more. Be there at Decathlon Accra Mall. Don't miss it.
Protect yourself from germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hand soap effectively kills 99.9% of germs with every use. Perfect for all your hand washing moments throughout the day. Available in a variety of variants and delightful flavors. Choose Cleanse for yourself, your family, and friends. Make Cleanse your daily essential. The GC brand. It's all about you. This advert is FDA approved.
92.7. Clean. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
EA Metal Nunu Jr. is a national communications team member of the NDC. Emmanuel Koting is the executive director of the African Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. We joined subsequently by Mr. Solomon Owusu, director of communications of the United Party. Mr. Prosper Nate is a member of the national communications team of the NPP. Gentlemen, good morning and thank you for your time. How are we doing?
Yeah, good morning, Johnnie.
Morning. Prosper, how are you?
I'm good, Johnnie.
Great. How's your week been?
Can't complain. Yeah, can't complain.
I see. What would you have complained about anyway?
Once you are living by God's grace, you can't complain.
I see.
God's grace and it shall out.
Great. Mr. Metal, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Since your party came to power, I haven't seen you.
Yeah, we've been focused on resetting the country and delivering on the campaign promises that we give to the people of Ghana.
Winning power.
That we give to the people of Ghana.
You decide to make yourself unavailable.
The campaign period is over. It's now time to govern the country. And when you're governing the country, you're not only governing NDC people, but you're governing to make sure that you make things better for the good people of Ghana. So we've been up and around, in the energy sector, we've got to move around the whole country to ensure that we have full stability for every part of the country and all that. So on that note, I give a special greetings to my managing director, Mr. Afechi Awuno, for the good job he's doing at Boston Energies.
Right.
And then I also salute this morning the God-sent listening president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. If we did not get him around this particular time, Ghana would have been doomed. So, His Excellency, I greet you. So far,
where's the 24-hour economy? That was what a lot of people were looking for.
Some of the mistakes that we do with the implementation of policies is what we do not want to do now. So we've taken our time. We've brought a bill to Parliament. We've told the people of Ghana exactly how it's going to be rolled out. Despite the fact that it's about job creation, there's also a component of incentives that is going to come in when people are rolled out. When it's fully rolled out.
15 plus months, you are still telling us this.
So the bill has, it takes a process.
But you have passed bills and a certificate of emergency in Parliament.
Johnny, we did not give a timeline for the implementation of 24-hour economy.
You told us that as soon as you
we gave
power,
120 days campaign promise that these things will achieve them in 120 days. Apart from those things, which Ghanaians and we can all see, we did about 80% of them. The rest of them, we have a 4-year mandate. And even that, for the bill to come around this particular time, it's been good. I don't want to compare to some other campaign promises that happened in the past that were implemented. We saw the challenges that came with it. But we are focused on making sure that the youth of this country gets lots of jobs. And we are focused that we make sure that the 24-hour economy also comes to play. The bill has been passed, the secretariat has been set up, and then we are working. And I'm sure that very soon we'll start rolling it out in phases.
So we should wait until 2027?
We're not going to get to 2027. I'm sure by this year we'll see signs of it. I get well before by this time, the bill is in, so definitely you can see that the government is focused on it, and they've been working around the clock. If you go to the office of Gusitano, you see that they've not been sleeping. They've been working around the clock, and we are targeting specific sectors of the economy where we are going to start the rollout from. However, some good proactive CEOs of this government have started rolling out 24-hour economy already, even though it's not to the way that we promised it, because when you start rolling it out, there are some incentives that you're going to get and all that. My good friend Julius Kote, CEO of Nikwe, CEO of
Logas,
DVLA, have started. Ghana Publishing has started. Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority have also started. Yes, there are a couple of them that have started rolling up the 24-hour economy. But then with the coming of the bill, you see the way that they are going to benefit from the incentives and then all that. And we can show the good people of Ghana that the jobs will come.
I hear you. Mr. Kutin, good morning.
Johnny, good morning.
Let me say Dasuba.
Nah.
Kaula.
Oh, Gombene.
Tumabiola.
Oh, God has been merciful as always.
I love you, man. Now, how's the week been for you?
Not too bad. God has been so merciful as always. I just returned from home, Sabuba.
How is the place?
The weather is very unfriendly. Otherwise, everything is fine. Except that the farmers are complaining Their farm produce are rotten away. No market for them. I doubt if farmers in the northern region will have the appetite to farm this year because the rice have not been bought, soya beans and other stuff. It's quite a very sorry situation, especially where I come from, in Sabuba. So I think that we should look at how we can feed ourselves. This buffer stock and other allied agencies that buy food to feed us and our children, especially our secondary schools. I think the president has given this directive, but I don't see that directive happening. Right. Because how can you buy a bag of rice? A bag of rice, the unprocessed one.
Right.
For less than 300 cedis.
The paddy rice, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. How? A bowl of maize is less than 20 cedis.
How big is the size of the bowl?
Oh, you know in the north what we use.
Right, the bigger calabashes.
Yes. Okay. And look at the cost of production. How you plow your farm, fertilizer and whatever. And look at the prices of fertilizer now in the market. So I think that we need to see how we can cushion and help our farmers because I'm a son of a farmer. And when I went home, I felt it. Because you give somebody 20 cedis and the person's full of thanks to you. In Accra, how much, what can 20 cedis buy? You know? So we should look at governance holistically. We shouldn't feel that governance is Accra or the cities. You understand? Let's adverse our minds to the rural areas.
Right.
And these are people more often than not, they don't benefit so much from most of the policies we roll out. And this is not politics. It's not about NDC MPP. I think under the fourth Republican Constitution, that is what we have always done. And I think as a country, we need to look at how we can address.
Do you still have your eyes on the Saboba seat?
Well, Johnny, I've always said this. Look, as I go to bed today, or even as I'm sitting here, I don't even know if I'll get home or I'll not get home. 2028 is very far away. You don't have to be an MP or be in a serving government capacity to serve your people. I continue to serve my people every day. When the opportunity comes, why not? It's a call to service. I cannot arrogate that power to myself to say, yes, I'm coming, or no, I'm not coming. It's in the hands of the Almighty God.
So you will wait?
I'll wait on the Lord.
And not make a declaration?
Not at all.
I see. The Lord's Son has spoken. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, and thank you for honoring our invitation at such short notice. As you may be aware, for a couple of days now, it has been advertised that an emergency cabinet session was going to be held today to discuss the effects of the recent significant geopolitical development in the shape of the US-Israeli-Iranian conflict and its impact on fuel prices. As all of us are aware, since the start of the conflict, the price of crude oil and finished products have gone up significantly. And this has impacted economies around the world, especially regarding the price of fuel at the pump. So Cabinet convened this session to review these developments, assess its impact on the people of Ghana, and consider ways through which this can be mitigated. Now, in all of this, Cabinet noted the major economic gains that have been made over the last year and a few months through the significant appreciation of the Ghana cedi and its stability, the lowering of inflation to around 3.2%, and other such gains within the economy. Now, these gains have in themselves served to mitigate the impact of the current conflict and the price of fuel compared to what obtained in 2022 when the Ukrainian conflict broke out. So you find that in similar circumstances, the price of fuel is significantly lower now
than it was at the time of the Ukrainian conflict, despite the economic situation that I have just highlighted. Now, Cabinet notes that despite the cushioning effect of the economic gains that we have made, there have still been some impact on fuel prices at the pump. In the last 2 pricing windows, we have seen some increases in fuel price. And this has got to a level that, if not checked, could spill over into general price increments in transportation and other such commodities, which then can have an effect on the cost of living. So consequently, Cabinet has decided that the following measures be taken to mitigate the impact of the recent increases that we've seen in fuel prices, which are solely attributable to the conflict that has arisen. What has happened is that because of restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, the quantities of fuel that could be transported through that strait has reduced significantly. About 20% of crude oil parcels pass through that strait, and since the beginning of the conflict, there has been significant restriction. This has led to an increase in crude oil prices. It has led to an significant increase in insurance premiums and other such costs, and that is what has accounted for the increases we've seen in the last 2 pricing windows, despite the very stable economic environment we've had, which has cushioned Ghanaians significantly. So Cabinet believes that a number of steps need to be taken in order to avert any further fallouts. So the first directive that Cabinet has issued is that the finance and energy ministers should take immediate steps to reduce the price of fuel through the removal of some taxes and margins on fuel, effective the next pricing window, which is about a week from today. And this is supposed to be done as soon as possible. Second, the transport minister has also been instructed to ensure the expedited deployment of newly acquired Metro Mass buses. You recall that over the weekend I announced the arrival of 100 Metro Mass buses. Another batch of 100 buses are expected in August, and then the last batch of 100 are expected in November to make up 300. But currently we have 100 available, and the transport minister has been instructed by Cabinet to ensure expedited deployment of these buses in high traffic corridors to ensure that it alleviates any difficulties that may have arisen out of the recent fuel price increases. The transport minister has also been charged with ensuring that these Metro Mass buses, in addition to the existing ones, charge or maintain transport fares which are lower than what private sector operators charge. And this is to ensure that Ghanaians are cushioned, especially when we reach peak periods at the rush hour. In addition to this, the President took the opportunity at the Cabinet meeting to remind all ministers and senior government officials and appointees to adhere strictly to his ban on fuel allowances and the allocation of fuel. And this applies to all ministers and senior government officials. Let me indicate that the reduction or removal of some taxes and margins, as I've indicated, which should lead to a reduction in fuel prices, effective the next pricing window, is supposed to last for an initial period of 4 weeks from the next pricing window. After the 4 weeks, the situation will be reviewed, and as and when it is deemed necessary, appropriate actions will be taken. So these are the major decisions taken at today's emergency cabinet session on fuel price. If there are any questions that you have, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, if there's any question, I'll take it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Max.
Hello? Okay. Maxwell about Joy FM Georges. So my question is, are you able to tell us the specific taxes that are going to be taken off? And then also we've had a lot of calls for the removal of the 1 cedi levy. But some economists have argued that part of the stability that we're enjoying in the power sector is as a result of that energy sector levy, that 1 cedi levy. And they're warning that its removal could take us back to, I don't want to say the dark days. So I want to find out from you, what specific taxes are we looking at?
Yes, Cabinet discussed specific margins and taxes. But because this is a sector that is highly sensitive and involves multiple stakeholders, the finance and energy ministers have been charged within the next few days to engage all relevant stakeholders before we announce the specific margins and taxes that are to be removed. This is to ensure that those stakeholders hold themselves in readiness for the impact of this in order that they are not taken by surprise. So we are fully aware, we know the exact margins and taxes that have been identified, and they will be announced in the next pricing window. Also, let me indicate that all factors were considered, and the issue that you raised about the potential for compromising the energy sector was also discussed. So the actions that will be taken will ensure that we do not compromise the energy sector and that we do not fall into the difficulties of the past.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Welcome back, Mr. Vetoloni. Let me start with you. So yesterday, cabinet meeting happened. We are hearing the updates now. And I know as of yesterday by 4 p.m., a friend of mine who works at Shell had sent me information that their fuel prices were going to go up just around the same time that cabinet was meeting. Has the situation changed this morning?
Yeah, Johnny, thank you very much. And let me say a very good morning to the people of Ghana. And a good morning to the church listeners and viewers of 3FM, because there are some watching us live on Facebook.
That's right.
Yes, we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. Now, if you look at the components that make up fuel prices in Ghana, one of the determinants is the international price of crude. The other one has to do with the cedi to the dollar depreciation, the exchange rate. The other is the taxes and margins, as we mentioned. Now, what we as a country have control over is that, you see, we are about 90% dependent on imports. We import most of the finished crude into the country. It's now that our local refineries are now gearing up to make sure that they increase their production of fuel within the country. TOR is doing well and all that. But largely, we import finished products into the country.
Right.
So when you look at the first component I'm talking about, that has to do with international price of crude. That is not something that we have control over as a country. Now we all know what is happening between US and Israel on one hand, and then Iran, and then the close of the Strait of Hormuz, where most of the international crude vessels pass through to be able to get crude across the world.
Right.
And because of that, fuel prices have gone up, so we don't have control over that. What we as a country have control over is the taxes and the margins.
Right.
And the listening government, the listening president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who thinks about the good people of Ghana, who is compassionate and wants to make sure that the people of Ghana are very comfortable amidst the crisis that we find ourselves in, is saying that, see, we don't have control over the international prices. It's gone up, yes. However, the taxes and the margins, we are going to make sure that we take some of them off and reduce some of them for the next, is it how many days?
4 weeks.
For the next 4 weeks, to make sure that we
But I'm
cushion.
submitting to you that this morning the fuel prices have gone up.
Yes, so cushion. That is what I'm saying. One of the components is that the international prices, which you don't have control over. But for the next 4 weeks, as he has mentioned, energy, the people in the energy sector, they are going to come out and tell us what exact margins and what exact taxes that they are going to reduce. If you look at the margins and the taxes that make up the components of fuel price in Ghana, we have one, the ex-refinery price. This is the cost of buying fuel internationally. We also have taxes and levies that make up about 40%. We have the energy debt recovery levy. We have the road fund levy. We have the special petroleum tax. We have price stabilization and recovery levy. We have the sanitation and pollution levy, energy sector recovery levy. And then if you come to margins, you have, for example, boss margin, marketers margin, dealers margin, etc.
Hey, so all on just 1 liter of fuel?
Yes, all on just 1 liter of fuel. These are the things that make up.
Did you come to meet it, or have you added some?
Oh, we came to meet some of them. What we added, of course, what we added was the energy recovery levy, energy sector recovery levy.
The D levy.
Well, that's how some people like to mention it. That's how some people like to mention it. But it's to correct a menace that we came to meet. It's to correct and make sure that we have stable energy within the country. Now today, the IPPs are smiling. IPPs are comfortable. They trust the government, and then we are able to pay off most. We are paying off most of the debts that we came to inherit. So all I want to tell the people of Ghana is that the government is a listening government. The government is concerned about making sure that the people of Ghana feel comfortable amidst this crisis. And in the coming days, we are going to announce the exact taxes and levies that are going to be reduced to make sure that we cushion the people of Ghana. I've heard arguments from my brothers in the MPP saying that what they want to hear is that the energy sector recovery levy, that's the D levy, aka D levy, is the one that is going to be scrapped. And we are looking at the totality of the taxes that are going to be reduced. If you take the D levy, that is 1 cedi, then the price of fuel is going to come from like 17 cedis for diesel to about 16 cedis. But then if you are taking small from other components, some taxes and margins, you might even get more than that. What the people want to see is that when they get to the pumps, the price of AGO, the price of PMS, that's petrol and diesel they are going to buy, has been reduced. And that is what we are looking at. Whether it's going to be the D levy or not, or whatever it is, the players and the experts in the sector will come out to exactly what we are going to handle. So far, the cedi, the exchange rate has been relatively stable, and it helps the businessmen and even the importers and players in the energy sector to be able to predict and plan on how to trade within the sector. Imagine that amidst all this crisis, our city was also depreciated. The price of fuel by this time wouldn't have been where it is, but because of the prudent management of the economy. And I'm very much aware that in the projection of the government in the year about revenues that we're going to generate, we had factored in some of these taxes and margins that we are talking about. Now, because of situations that we did not predict, we are going to have reduction in some of the taxes and then the margins. You ask yourself that how are we going to meet our revenue targets?
The MPP has had cause to, in fact, elements within the MPP have had cause to call you an insensitive government, because this has been lingering since Donald Trump and Israel decided to take on Iran. This has been happening, and we've seen crude prices shoot up. They were expecting that you would drop the prices and not have pussyfooted until this point. But what do you say to that?
Nobody expected or could predict how this war was going to go. Nobody could predict how this war was going to go. They could have started, and then within 2 weeks, the war could have ended. The war could have even ended within a week.
Right.
Nobody could have predicted. As we are even we've planned that we are going to reduce some of the taxes and the margins, the war could end even the next day. It could also prolong. That is why even the intervention that we are bringing, we are saying that for the next 4 weeks, because at the international scene, there are lots of negotiations going on to make sure that the war has ended. There are lots of negotiations going on to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is open for people to bring in, be able to have a smooth passage there. So you cannot predict what the future is. But because we've seen that over a period, it keeps going up. The government have held an emergency cabinet meeting. How we are going to make sure that the shortfalls from the expected revenue generation does not affect government. This government have shown, and we have proven, that we are good when it comes to discipline in the cutting down on our expenditure. So now that we are reducing one leg of it, that is the revenues that are going to come in, the government should also, on the other hand, make sure that we tighten the expenditure of government. That's why the minister reiterated the president's instruction to all CEOs and government agencies that they should not, the fuel coupons, that the fuel allowance that they give to them, it should be cut. You see, we are tightening and making sure that expenditure of government is spent at the right places and reduced to make sure that it does not affect the running of the economy in its entirety. We've proven over the period that we've been disciplined when it comes to running of the economy.
Mr. Nati, let me bring you in. Does this satisfy you? I mean, just about last week we were on this conversation. You were not so happy. You were insisting that the government ought to have cushioned the people. Now the government has announced measures, 3 tier measures. One, that fuel prices will be reduced because some taxes will be taken off and it will last for 4 weeks subject to review. They've also asked that no government official, senior government officials, etc., CEOs, what have you, appointees take fuel coupons and allowances. And then the 100 buses that have been brought in be put in traffic-prone areas where people actually need them. Metromass will handle that. And then that they should price lower than what is actually within the system. Does that satisfy you?
Johnnie, good morning to you once again, and good morning to your listeners and viewers. I think ordinarily every form of cushioning, one way or the other, will satisfy consumers. And so irrespective of the level of cushioning, consumers one way or the other will feel happy. But you need to look at the level of cushioning that the government could have done better. I think one thing that needs to be established, or one thing that has been established so far, is that we understand we don't have control over the price of crude. We also understand that exogenous factors could influence some of these commodity prices. I think once these two has been established, we don't want a situation where in future, when the war goes down, we hear commentary that Abampababa, that's the reason why the price of fuel is going down. 18th October 2022, Sami Jemfi, when the then government zeroed in the price stabilization levy and said they were doing it for a month, for 4 weeks, he said a month wasn't enough and they should extend it. They should extend it. That was even at the initial stages. So you would expect that someone who had criticized the government cushioning of consumers for a 4-week period, they will do better.
Is it subject to review? Did you miss that?
But it's the same thing. It's the same thing we also did. It's the same thing we also did.
Subject to review.
No,
to
the
that
4 weeks. The 4
I
weeks.
remember that communication so well.
The 4 weeks wasn't.
The lingua did not include subject to review.
The 4 weeks wasn't cast in stone.
But they did not include. So I'm saying that you are trying to compare both.
And I'm saying that
this government has said subject to review. At the time when you communicated, Mustafa Hamid, etc., it did not include subject to review.
So are you trying to tell me that? Are you trying to tell me that in a situation where the price of food... No. And I'm telling you that the statement wasn't cast in stone.
Okay.
The statement wasn't cast in stone. In a situation where the price of fuel then was still increasing, or could have been increasing then, are you trying to tell me that government rulings have still cushioned them, or government rulings still have enforced the price stabilization levy? You see, it's one thing to speak in opposition when you think you are so good and know what you'll be able to do. And I think it's very fair that you reminded me that last week I was here and we had similar discussions. Right. And I also reiterated the point that your outfit granted an interview with Sami Jemfi and even indicated that Bola tax, Mama was going to cancel it. They've not cancelled it. He also indicated that ESLA would have been cancelled if Mama was to be president. ESLA is still in our books. Why haven't they cancelled ESLA?
The understanding that Felix Kwacho Fosu gave was that you left behind a debt of about $1.2 billion. And that is what has necessitated them to maintain some of those taxes and even add the 1 CD on each liter of fuel so that it helps to pay. What that actually generates, if I heard him right on key points, is that it generates about $500 million, leaving $700 million that government has to find money to pay, which is debt that you left behind. Okay. So that's the
when you read
that I got.
When you read
when
you read their budget statement, the 2026 budget, I think the relevant portion, I don't know how they've, but I'm reading directly from it. It says, Mr. Speaker, we inherited a significant 1.4 billion legacy debt owed to IPPs. That's legacy debt.
Right.
A major burden on the energy sector and the national budget. Then if you, a few weeks ago, we also told that government had paid the 1.4 billion owed to these IPPs.
Yeah.
So if you have a situation where you've communicated to the people's representative in parliament that you inherited a debt of 1.4 billion and you've cleared it, why are you still collecting that tax with the understanding that you are going to clear a debt? It's a facade. It's a lie. If you claim you've inherited 1.4 billion and you turn around to tell us that you've cleared that 1.4 billion per official records, why then are you still collecting the tax? You see the deception we have in how do you call it with this government.
The debt has been paid. Why
if the debt has been paid, why are you still collecting it? Why are you still collecting it? You see, so the promise they made in opposition that ESRA will be cancelled, they are still collecting it. It's still in our books. So I'm saying that yes, every form of cushioning is good, but you need to look at the level of cushioning that you could do or could do better for the consumers to enjoy.
Nati, do you get a sense also, just as the users of vehicles, the drivers at the trotro stations, taxi stations say that, look, compared to your regime, fuel prices have dropped. And so their buying papa back comes then to say that they did better than, or they're doing better than you did, even at the point you left the fuel at. What do you say to that?
Well, again, our reference last week, because last week predominantly we had a conversation more on this,
yeah,
and it went a bit deeper than announcing this, than focusing on this announcement government made.
Well, that is the update in news.
Yes, that's the news update. I think when I was here, I made reference, and you fact checked it, that when we're leaving office, the price of fuel we left at the pump was lesser than what it was even last week. You were just telling
Metal Nunu
that just today, the price of fuel has gone up. So if last week the price of fuel was much higher than what we even left, and it's now going up today, where there is the justification?
As of last week, the price was higher than what you left.
Yes. We checked it here. We use a Guelph. We use Guelph. We checked. I remember. Well.
Yes, Guelph. I fact checked it. That's correct.
So if the price last week then was higher than what we left, and today the price is even higher than last week, how then can we move or focus or?
No, it's not likely. In fact, yesterday at 2:54, and I usually get these updates, a day before it happens. The last one I got was on the 31st of March, and it usually comes in this form. So please find below a revised ex-pump price effective tomorrow, 1st April 2026, 6 a.m. On 31st, what I got that was supposed to go up on the 1st of April was proposed ex-pump prices. PMS is 14.19, 40 cedis, 19 pesos. And then Ago was 17 cedis, 69 pesos. V-Power, 15 cedis, 79 pesos. What I got yesterday around 3 p.m., 2:54 thereabout, saying that the prices will go up this morning, 6 a.m., says that proposed ex-pump prices, PMS 14.39, which means that it's gone up by 20 pesos for PMS, and then Ago is 17.89, which is another 20 pesos. So both have seen a 20 pesos adjustment.
It's different.
No, what I have here is from Shell.
Yours is
Yes.
Because what I have also
Yes. God says what? Please. God remains unchanged. No, use the microphone for me. Sorry.
The price of
I'm also checking gold.
Super XP and Diesel XP remains unchanged. That's why they sent you.
So Johnny, I think that the point still holds that if the fuel, even granted without admitting that today the price of fuel hasn't increased today.
No. So just for clarity, what I have
is for Shell.
From Shell.
That's fine.
Is saying that it will be increased this morning.
I'm only saying that because you use Guel.
Hold on.
Johnny, to put the conversation in context, he was referencing Guel. So let's use the Guel prices.
No, he was referencing Guel from last week.
From last week. So he should come.
So as of last week, hold on. I think we should give Mr. Nati a as of Prosper, hold on.
Okay.
Let me contextualize it. As of last week, when Prosper raised the question about Guel, we fact-checked it, and what he had said was accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as of today, God says, per Solomon's text message that he sent, Goil is maintaining their prices relative to last week. But what I know is that Shell has shot up. Most likely Total will shoot. Total has gone up too. So we cannot say that fuel prices have not gone up because Shell is not Total and Total is not Goil.
It's a deregulated. Yes. It's a deregulated economy.
Well,
Johnny,
but there's a floor. There's a floor. So allow
Johnny,
him. Prosper, go ahead.
Johnny,
so Prosper has the floor. Prosper has the floor.
Johnny,
and Goil is on the floor.
You. Let me even grant without admitting
that you're using Goil.
That I'm using Goil.
Okay.
Goil remains unchanged. Is the price still higher last week than what we left in office?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
So that assertion that the price of fuel now has gone down relative to what they came to meet, it's a lie. But you think, starting my submission, I laid two premises. That one, we now understand that exogenous factors does influence commodity pricing, and two, he admitted it himself that we don't have control over the price of fuel. So once we know that assertion or that tag that Aban Papa Aba, and that's the reason why the price of fuel is down, it doesn't add up.
Okay, so you are saying that
it doesn't add up.
COVID, Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, US, Iran are on the same pedestal.
If you want to pretend that they are not on the same pedestal,
no, I'm not pretend they are.
No, not you. I'm just excuse me, not you. But I'm just saying, if anyone wants to pretend that they are not on the same pedestal or the same level, that exogenous factors does affect us, they can continue to pretend. But the happiness or the reality currently is exposing us. The reality is exposing us that once we saw the price of fuel at the world market being low as 80 or 90 barrel, and we saw the price relative at our pumps very low. Once the war started, the price at international level has shot up, and consequently, it has affected the price at our pumps. So you can't continue to pretend that exogenous factors do not affect commodity pricing or do not affect us one way or the other. Then quickly, the assertion that government is trying to mitigate measures relative to ensuring that appointees and government officials
don't
one way or the other
fuel
coupon. You know, in July 2025, Mr. Mahama, the President Mahama, announced a similar ban on on the use of fuel coupons by government officials and appointees. This same directive that Felix announced, the minister announced yesterday, reiterated yesterday. I would like to ask, when was that ban lifted? When was that ban lifted?
A reiteration doesn't mean that it was lifted.
No, he didn't say that. He's reiterating it. I'm telling you that when was that ban lifted? Because I can prove to you that government agencies government officials were using fuel.
Where is your proof?
My proof is in the MTEF, the budget. You look at the 2025, the MTEF. MTEF basically is the medium-term expenditure framework of every budget. And the MTEF has a proper outline of the item-by-item expenditure and allocation of every government agencies or the budgetary allocation for all of that. Look at 2025, this Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the allocation for fuel and lubricants was 16,667 Ghana cedi. 16,667,000 Ghana cedi. Then you look at
for which
Ministry
categories of people?
It's basically for government officials.
So the daily graphic on page 3 captures this as presidential directive on fuel allowance. And I'll ask you a question based on what you have read. That the Minister of State in charge of government communications also revealed that President Mahama used the cabinet meeting to remind all ministers, senior government officials and appointees to adhere strictly to his ban on fuel allowances and the allocation of fuel. No further details were provided on the specific taxes or margins, blah, 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 blah. Now, I am saying that this is a reiteration of an earlier directive. You are quoting from a document that this is the fuel allocation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Foreign Affairs Ministry is big. Passport Office comes under it. Many other agencies come under it. And they have to work. They have to move their vehicles. So unless you can tell me that this allocation is to the minister, is to the deputy minister of this, you cannot then say that is evidential enough.
That's fine.
Right. So you have to
you know why there's an issue with that.
No, tell me.
Has the Ministry of Foreign Affairs added new agencies to that ministry? Has the government added new agencies to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? That we know of.
Or have they added new cars to their fleet?
If 2025, the allocation was 16,667,000 Ghana cedi. 2026, MTEF, the allocation is 5 million Ghana cedi. How can you tell me this? Anyone can check. They can check from official sources. How can you increase from 16,667 Ghana cedi to 5 million? Yes, you can check. Yes.
To 5 million.
Oh, I lie not to you. I lie not to you. That's why I mentioned it, the MTEF. Yes, but no, but it's here.
I'll give you a chance.
It's here. It's here. The MTEF. The MTEF of the ministry. It's here.
It's on their website.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Is it on their website?
Is it on their website?
Yes.
I assume so. Because I know how I got my this thing. Your producers can fact check. And how do you call it? I will. No problem. Oh yeah, they can fact check. I know.
Allow. Hey, Roger. Sorry, I'm
Johnnie,
going to mention your
Johnnie, I think it's
sorry. Prosper, go ahead.
It's very disrespectful to be sounding this way.
No. Prosper, go ahead. You and wrap up for
you have your producers. You have your producers who can fact check this. Like last week, like we did last week. So it's very disrespectful for a qualifiers to be telling me that.
No, it's okay.
How do you call it? I'm telling lies.
Ignore.
I'm telling you that as at 2025, the allocation was 16,000. As at 2026, the allocation is 5 million Ghana cedi.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in and introduce Mr. Solomon Owusu of the United Party. He's just joined us. Solo, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Johnny. I'm doing great.
Why did you go and write on your Facebook page after the Soloku Festival that the people we saw at Menchia South wearing yellow shirts are your party members? Were you invited?
No, but
why did you do that?
You know, we have been doing a lot of SOS. First of all, let me. There is a guy from the UK who admires you, Richard Bedu Pepe. Shelley, he's in town.
Greetings to him as well.
I should extend
greetings to him.
His greetings to you. So, Shelley, your greetings have been delivered.
Thank you.
Let me greet my brothers in the studios. You see,
good morning to Ebo Bakman as well.
Ebo Bakman, who is providing support services. The truth of the matter is that the United Party always provides the SOS assistance, save our souls. Ashanti region belongs to the UP. That's the truth.
That is not the truth.
That is the truth.
Per electoral record, it belongs to the MPP.
That was then. Now.
That's a stronghold of the MPP.
We dare them to just try us with any of the seats that they hold on to by election, and they will see.
So the people we saw in the yellow t-shirts are your members?
Our members. The people were not going. They were not attending the Soloku.
Oh.
So we had to intervene.
No, when I saw the thing on Facebook, I said no.
Which one was the dress? The New Patriotic Party.
The MP was in a green shirt, and others were in yellow shirts, some were in blue. How do you then single out those who were in yellow and say that is your party? Those are your party members.
The New Patriotic Party's colors remains blue, red, and hot.
You remember white. That one?
I remember, but it was a party that was in there. Of course, how can I forget the colors?
So what have you done with all your MPP paraphernalia?
You say?
What have you done? You were an executive at the local. What have you done with all your paraphernalia?
I banned them.
You did what?
I banned them.
When there was a level field for the UP tradition to beat the MPP to it in Ashanti region, we all saw their figures.
No, but the UP has not contested any elections. First of all,
we all saw their distance.
When Betty told you were lying, I disagreed with, but now you are giving me reasons to agree with you.
Oh no, but
the United Party has never contested.
It was a movement for change.
The movement for change has never contested.
A chip of the old bloc.
No, the movement for change has also not contested any elections.
You did?
You contested.
Which election did we contest? You see, that's the problem we have. Alan Chemate contested as an independent candidate, for Christ's sake.
That's how you filed.
In fact, the Movement for Change is never a political party. So we couldn't have contested. Alan, go and check when they were doing the balloting for the independent candidates. That is how come we did not take part in the balloting. You know, they did the political parties who are own first.
That's right.
Before they brought Cheddar and go down.
and Alan,
so you see, education is key. We are yet, so the UP has not contested. So don't say when there was a level playing field, you won against.
But I put it to you that the people we saw in the photos and videos at the Soloku Festival are not your members.
They are the UP members, and the MP himself agrees.
Oh.
He knows that he couldn't have persuaded the people of Ashanti region with the MPP colors. You are promoting.
What do you mean?
Who was going to follow?
Mention yourself.
Who was going to follow? Who was going to follow?
2020.
Yes.
Sorry, your mic has an issue. Sorry, the mic has an issue. Sorry. I solo use this.
But until 2028.
Are you disputing? No. Is it disputing the fact that those that wore yellow were UP members?
Well,
are you with the UP?
I don't have
you know our
enough
members.
facts to the
I wanted to wear yellow this morning.
Then what happened?
I think the Spirit of God prompted me that Solo conclude that I must be a UP member.
No, Prosper knows that wearing yellow in this country affiliates you to the United Party.
Oh, I took it. I was about
he knows, press it. He has confirmed that position.
That's what?
That those that were wearing yellow are actually UP members. That is why he has refrained from wearing yellow. That a member of parliament for Manchia South who was organizing a Soloko festival to market the new patriotic party will refuse to market the party's colors. Nothing semblance of the party, because he knows that if he had done so nobody would have partaken.
According to the Gospel of Solomon,
yes,
anybody who wears yellow is a UP member.
No.
All right.
Then
I have to go and bend all my yellow.
I didn't say you know where yellow. No. I didn't say I didn't wear yellow because so.
They have confirmed. So it was our members that took part in the Soloku, and then they were happy. At the end of the day,
who were happy? Your members were happy.
No, the Manchia MP, because he was going to be a boka. How can you organize a program, cook, provide drinks?
So you people ate some of the food.
We ate it, but they have money. They just left our. So we want to eat it. We have told them that the UP rules are.
You are not a good person.
No. When they do it 10 times, you go 10 times. Unless they decide to wear the new patriotic party,
then you go.
Then we go. That one.
But if they wear yellow, then you know that it's your members.
If they say everyone should come with the colors, our party colors, we will go there, beautiful with our yellow colors. And you saw how beautiful it was.
But they said Maggie sponsored that.
No, Maggie could have. But if you are sponsoring my program, it's not you sponsoring your own program. You are sponsoring a program belonging to the MP. The MP wants to make himself relevant in the constituency and the region. Then you say adopt
a different color.
But it was not done for just MPP members.
No, he was doing it for MPP members.
The regional minister was there.
No, the regional minister pushed himself there. You know what happened? Because of the Asqua interchange, the painting that they did there, all of a sudden, the MPP in Ashanti region, they had to do something. Soloku. You are bringing an innovative idea. The people in Manchester, they are waiting for employment. They are looking for employment. You say Soloku.
But what is wrong with having Soloku?
What is Soloku? But for our people intervening there, you know what they were doing? Some were sharing condoms, some were
come on, please.
This business of weed sharing, we must be looking into it.
Okay, if you have a problem, go to police.
I will report them.
This fuel intervention, quickly, take a bite on it.
You see,
are you satisfied?
That the government
has announced these measures.
No, man, I'm not. You see that
the buses that are going to charge lower fares and be distributed evenly so people can benefit. Fuel prices that have to drop because some taxes will be taken off over a 4-week window and then subject to review. And then allowances for fuel not being taken or coupons not being taken by key government officials. Does it satisfy you?
It doesn't satisfy me.
Why doesn't it not?
I'm on record to have said that I disagree with any attempt to remove any tax. You see, taxes are put on commodities or products for a specific reason. One of it was to retire the legacy debt. And remember when they were introducing, for instance, the Doomsday levy, they told us that it will also be used to buy crude to power our thermal plants.
Right.
So if they take it off and we begin to experience doomsday, then where would we have gone to? I believe that there is some truths that we are not being told by the business community, especially those in the oil sector.
Which is?
The Strait of Hormuz. What percentage in terms of volumes do they control? Is it not 20% we are told? Those that are buying these BDCs that supply our market or supply the OMCs with their oil, do they get their crude or the finished product through the Strait of Hormuz? It's not true. Africa doesn't go through Strait of Hormuz. African products do not go through.
Look, all shipment from China to Africa.
Now, what do we buy our product from China?
Look,
we buy a lot of things from
we
China.
have a lot.
You are talking about crude. We are talking about crude.
So where do we get
we
crude
buy from Rotterdam or Singapore.
Yes.
None of them use the Strait of Hormuz.
Where do they use Solomon?
No, they have a strait. You see, the Strait of Hormuz is between Saudi Arabia, Iran, crossing to the other side of Asia. You understand? And that is for them. Singapore take products, even some of the products from Africa, and process it into finished products and sell it. Rotterdam take it from Africa and process it or refine it and sell it.
Is that correct?
What is not correct about what I'm saying?
Look, my understanding.
No, let me
finish.
Okay. So you have 100%. They say 20% passes through the strait. So it means we have 80% to deal with. But most important, the BDCs. Are they telling me that when they pay for the price today, the products that they claim they bought will be supplied at the various for which we must pay for today's price? Those products that we are using in our various pumps, they bought it long ago. Rip off. They are ripping us off. That today, the world crude price increases on the international market and say we are made to pay it when we are not enjoying that product. By the way, we are also a net exporter of crude. So the windfall, what are we doing? That's why I'm saying that our solution must be that we use the windfall that we are also getting under the circumstance to cushion the people. Not go and touch any tax so that tomorrow we start experiencing doomsday. It is worse to experience doomsday than not to experience it. Then the government's own industrialization drive becomes a problem. Now you see, my brother prospered nothing. I don't know why sometimes you go and draw your own party into a needless banter and reminding the Ghanaian why they must not even listen to the New Patriotic Party.
I don't understand.
This whole politics of exogenous factors was never part of our body or politics or lexicon. That external factors will affect our local economy. It was never part of our political discourse. Until somewhere 2014, 2015, the NDC came out and said that because the world market prices of cocoa and gold had dropped significantly, it affected the economy. Then we had Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia come to tell us that how can exogenous factors or external factors bypass Cote d'Ivoire, bypass Burkina, bypass Mali, and then only hit Ghana. That was when he introduced us into this topic.
Solo was right.
You understand? And so
with the cargo is right.
Yeah.
And so
a Strait of Hormuz. It's like Makola market tactics.
And by the way,
you have already brought the things in a container, stopped it. Then
so
they
are not being told the truth. You understand? And we are allowing some of these things to fester.
Will the buses help?
The buses also have a difficulty with it.
Why? What's your difficulty?
We don't have a lot of itinerary rules. If you are coming from, say, in Sawam to Accra,
it's one route.
One route. And all of
it's only when we get to Achimota that you can spread out.
We have not done a proper stock taking. It's not as though we don't have buses in the system. The buses most often are stuck in traffic. So they pick the passengers, they get stuck in traffic, and they are not able to offload them on time to go back and pick them. So you can bring more than 10,000 buses onto the same situation will happen.
You are speaking from a transport
perspective. So when they announced that they were going for the buses, I said it, that it was a wrong diagnosis of the situation. But rather we must spend the energy on maintaining the rails. For now we have some rail lines that we could quickly fix, and then let it work side by side with the road transport.
But the last time we did, we went to buy tram, not train.
That so chop.
Baby police.
Even that one, they said it had an accident.
No,
remember?
that one we fixed it.
How did we fix it?
But it was fixed.
This MPP and the Razan. So,
but was it the not fixed? That thing is
they
running.
never fixed it. They
Akumadan, it's working.
This country, we have had it
so low.
That
it's too early in the morning.
My brother, when I'm going this way, that's like.
In the morning.
So I believe that aspect.
So the government got it wrong in diagnosing the problem.
No, they have gotten it
by
wrong.
bringing in those buses.
No, they have gotten it. And you see, we are even going to have a lot of problems. This metro mass, what are the KPIs that we give to them? The last time we were told that we were selling buses scrap value of 2,000.
We're cannibalizing.
How can a Bushuapeni be given a set of more than 300 buses, and a year after he cannot tell us that he increased the fleet, but rather half of the fleets are parked, and we continue to give them more cars at the expense of you and I. So my attitude is that if government wants to help the transport sector, you go behind the private sector. You can give guarantees. The private sector, all that they need is LCs and then guarantees.
Right.
And go to the very manufacturers and procure these buses. That one, you are short of repayment of the tax revenue, and you are short of what? Efficiency. That is the only way you deal with this problem. But government going in directly, we are only creating top. You will see the corruption levels there. And they will come and give us beautiful nonsense excuse that, go to their yard, find a lot of buses parked. You ask them what's the problem. Some are bold, some are empty. But when you were operating the buses, didn't you make allowance for maintenance?
Okay, so my friend at Shell comes back, my source at Shell comes back to say they have not changed the price from 14 cedis, 19 pesos for PMS, 17 cedis, 69 pesos for Argo, V-Power 15 cedis, 79 pesos. They have maintained the prices, so they are not moving to 14 cedis, 39 pesos, and 17 cedis, 89 pesos.
So that
the 20
clarifies
pesos,
the
yeah.
And even with that, you see, let it be stated.
I'm also checking on
but
the
it's still
foreign
higher
affairs.
than when MPP left.
It is still higher than when the NPP
So that
left,
is
but it is
fine.
less than where the NPP took us to at a point. Remember in 2022, for the first time in the history of this country, we were buying a liter of diesel at 23.49. That is Usain Bolt levels.
Gone past that.
You are now bringing past. You say you are gone past, and we should be past. Let us all stay there. You are bringing the past. And I am remaining with you. That's why I say that it is never good for the new patriotic party to go back to history, because the history does not favor them.
Okay, Ima, step in for me. And on that same note, you were talking about the fact that when the NPP was leaving power, it was way cheaper than what we have now. And then you usually find a return. In fact, on our Facebook stream now, one of our very ardent listeners is asking the question, how much was crude selling on the international market at the time? Because it also has an influence, just as Mr. Metal and Prosperity have alluded to.
Well, I don't have those.
I'll give it to you, right?
I don't have those
I'll give it to you
statistics
right
here.
now.
Solo, wait, you had your time.
But
I don't need that information.
Yeah,
I don't need.
So
your
you
help.
get the information. When it gets your time, you can.
You see, Johnny, we have to stop the politics of war in this country.
Why do we have to stop?
I think that.
But you people brought it.
It has not helped us as a country. The assertion that external factors always influence our fuel prices to some extent is flawed. You see that the Iranian Israeli/American war prices shot up across Africa. In some African countries, they are even queuing to buy fuel. But fortunately for us, we are not queuing. But we just did a fact check here, and it shows that only 20% of crude oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And it is only Eastern African countries that are impacted by that, and not West African countries. So our politicians, we want to plead with them. They should cultivate the habit of communicating honestly with the Ghanaian people, because Ghanaians are becoming fed up with the political correctness of the two political parties. And more often than not, when we go for discussions like this, it turns MPP NDC banter. You see, John Mahama stated categorically, and I'm quoting him, that the Iranian war is not going to affect the economy of this country. He said that, correct?
Right.
So to me, I see that as a sort of I'm coming.
What is missing?
I was looking for the right word. I think to me, it is some sort of cold comfort to a market woman and commuters in Saboba, in Tamale, at Makwala, who are paying 19% more in diesel. Do you understand? So that is cold comfort. That was the promise he made to the good people of this country. And I premise my introduction with communicating honestly on that. So, you remember, on this very platform, we indicated that, look, government came out to say that they had enough to cushion us, given what was happening in Iran. And we cautioned that they should trade cautiously, because we don't want, after some time, they'll come back to us and some of these things will be in play. And this is exactly what we are having now. So to me, if you look at the president's posture, I like it. He's been a listening president. You see that when the price increment came, when was that? On the 1st, correct? Of this month, April. Then at a forum in Kwewu, the business forum, he indicated that he was going to have an emergency cabinet meeting, you understand, to address the increasing cost of fuel. So this is my honest concern.
Right.
Why announce an emergency measure of this nature at a festival forum and not through agent state address? It shouldn't have been mentioned at a forum like the Kohu Business Forum. There should have been an agent state address to the country, because this is a very serious matter, you understand? So one would say that it only signals reactive and not proactive governance. And if you look at the other leg of the argument,
you mean the government is being reactive?
Exactly.
Not
it's not
proactive.
proactive governance. And I'm coming to look at the MPP. MPP had been signaling and calling for the government to reduce fuel prices. Is that correct? Now, the Transport Owners Association wanted to meet the Minister of Transport on the 7th over this same issue, because they were threatening fare increases and stuff like that. And then even the sachet water people also came. They wanted to increase what have you.
They have also rescinded their decision.
Exactly. So to me, the posture of the president,
increasing the price or attempting to.
You see, if you look at the posture of the president, you see he only moved when political heat became unavoidable.
Okay.
These are how I see things panning out. So now, you are saying that you want to remove certain taxes, 4 weeks window pending the review. I have a serious challenge around that.
What is your challenge?
And I agree with Solo.
What is your challenge?
You see, the politics of tax removers. You come and remove certain nuanced taxes, and you are implementing others, and you are calling yourself Abam Papa. You don't rob Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't add up. It comes back to the same value.
Is it the government that called itself Abam Papa, or the people that call the government Abam Papa?
Who are the people calling the Abam Papa? Who are the people? Is the government calling itself Abam Papa?
Which government official have you heard say that?
My friend Mental said it here.
He said
my friend Mental said it here. And look at the buses. I'm coming to the buses. You see, these buses were procured to ease traffic congestion.
That's right.
But the government is making it look as if they are implementing those buses because of the sudden rise in fuel prices to give cushion to Ghanaians.
I'm not sure that is the impression.
That was the impression they communicated at the cabinet meeting.
No. Proud to
directives were given.
Hold on.
And I'm coming.
Hold on. Just for clarity's sake. Prior to this announcement of the wrap of the cabinet meeting, if you remember, sometime during the Utah season in December, the government asked that agencies, ministries give up their buses because the trot drivers were profiteering and shooting up their prices. So they got free transport. People had a lot of relief. After the season, workers had to go back to work. So the buses reverted to where they were.
We had that conversation with the Ayalolo, you remember?
And then based on that, you found the long winding queues in the street corners.
You see?
And then that was when the minister, Mr. Nipe, said, look, we have to find a way, and made the first announcement that these buses were going to come, 300 of them. We're going to get the first one as we have now. Then we'll get the second tranche in August, and then the third tranche in November. So it is not
Johnnie,
relative to the fuel price reduction.
Did you listen to
what? Hold on.
He gave categorical directive.
Cotton, relax. I'm giving you a historical perspective.
I understand all of
and
those,
then to
Johnnie.
wrap up, he said that take these buses to Metro Mass, but price lower than what is already in the market, and make sure that they are taken to where people need them the most. How is that trying to play into the politics of fuel pricing?
Even if that was the case.
You explain to me. No, that is the case. You explain to me.
Okay. You see, these buses were already procured for what you have said.
Yes. Right.
But after the cabinet meeting, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye addressing the press.
You mean what he said?
What he said.
Okay. You didn't like what he
didn't.
said.
The posture was that the 100 buses were procured to help cushion Ghanaians as a result of the high prices of the food.
Well, you're listening very carefully.
And yes, I listened to. It's about English semantics. You play it here. I listened to him.
Yes.
You can replay it for the good people to listen.
We beg you. We have played
and
it already.
The point is this: equity. 100 buses. If you want to distribute that across the country, let's say the city centers that we have choked traffic.
Right.
How many people can get access to board these buses? So let's look at a holistic approach like my good brother Solomon is talking about. We shouldn't be scoring political cheap points because we want to win the next election.
Okay.
Let's fix our country.
Thank you. We will move on.
I'm not finished.
We have to manage the time. So Mr. Date, I want you to rehash that conversation about fuel allowances. You mentioned something per record that you have from the Foreign Affairs Ministry. The Foreign Affairs Ministry, some people close to them are listening. So you rehash the figures so we can fact check.
Okay. All right.
You were saying that in
2026.
Okay.
Is it 1.something million?
No, 2026, 5 million.
5 million.
Yes.
So you said
2026, fuel and lubricants.
Okay. Allocation.
Yes.
Was 5 million.
5 million.
Okay.
Page 2 of all the words.
Hold on.
No, 16,000 2025.
Hold on.
16,000.
Hold on. I want. So go ahead.
Maybe
Yes.
1.something.
Your microphones are off. Gentlemen, yes, let's hear you. So you said in the previous year.
Yes.
In 2024.
2025.
No, you were measuring that 5 million, comparing that 5 million with an initial figure.
I was comparing the 5 million, the 2026 figure now,
Okay.
to 2025 figure.
So 2025, how much was allocated?
16,000.
16,000 what?
Yes.
Dollars or cedis?
16,667 Ghana cedi.
16,667 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
In 2025.
Yes.
And then in 20. Oh, hold on. Oh, please.
I've seen it. It's 1.6.
No, I want.
No, my brother, it's 1.6.
Allow.
1.6 something.
Hold on.
5 million.
Iman, hold on.
No,
Iman, hold on.
I'm helping my brother.
Hold on.
It can be 160 something.
Did you give him the document? Did you give the document?
When he mentioned I cross-checked.
You cross-checked from where?
Let me see what
You cross-checked from
On
where?
their Website, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's 1.6.
So I need him to be clear on that so that it helps me me
So
to
you
do
can
my
ask
fact
your follow-up
checking.
question.
You know, to do my fact checking.
Okay.
Just like I did for the fuel price now.
Johnnie, it's not true.
No,
He won the
it
first
doesn't-
one.
So no, it doesn't lie in your mouth to say it is not
It's
true.
not true.
So Prosper, sorry.
Yes, I'm
So
listening.
16,000, is it 1.6 or 16,000
Prosper,
for
it's
2025?
Apologize and let's move on.
Oh no. What I'm saying here is 16,000.
Ah, can you say
But
16,000?
even I'm coming. Oh,
Solo,
solo,
allow him,
solo,
please.
solo. When we were speaking, I listened
All
to
right,
you.
all right.
16,000. That's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
But even if it's 1.6.
No.
Oh, Solo, you are not the one moderating the show.
Solo,
Please,
allow him.
Let's
Allow
ensure
him.
some decorum here, please.
Allow him. So
I
I need
interject
no
you.
first.
I'm coming.
No,
I'm coming.
I would.
I mentioned 16,000.
I will let you do the analysis.
Yes.
Slow down. But I want. But
Oh no, I understand some of these things.
no,
Just
no,
trigger
no,
me,
pay-
then
pay-
I'll lose focus.
pay attention
I'm
to
listening
me.
to you, Johnny.
So, Ms. Anati, I want you to give me the two figures that we are
Yes.
comparing. 2025, it was 16,000, or let's say even 17,000 Ghana cedis for the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And then you say the figure in 2026 ballooned from 17,000 or 16,000 plus to 5 million. Is that what I hear you say?
Yes. The
Okay.
2026 figure is
Great.
5 million.
Now the analysis quickly. Take a minute on that.
All right. So what I'm saying is that from what do you call it, Mr. Ima said, granted is even 1.6 million.
Right.
Granted is even 1.6 million. How can 1.6 million balloon to 5 million? No, solo.
No, but Johnny, he just confirmed. So they cannot be granted anything here.
Oh.
Ima says he
He
saw
has
1.6.
no document here. He's just trying to play the devil's. That's why I said we need to get it right. Is he saying that entire ministry, the allocation of fuel in 2025 was only 16,000 cedis? What are we talking about?
It was one.
So I'm coming in solo down. Can I have my can I have my this thing now?
You have your
Yes.
whole day.
And I don't have the whole day. I'm saying that even if per my quotation, instead of 1.6 million, I said 16,000. How can 1.6 million balloon to 5 million? Balloon to 5 million.
Okay.
I'm coming. John, I'm coming. Let me conclude. John, let me conclude.
You
Let me
conclude, but I
conclude.
want to see
I
the
can
document.
forward the document to your.
Okay.
Let me forward to your producer.
Okay. All right.
And I don't have. Johnny, I'm coming.
Go ahead. The microphone.
I don't have any shred of difficulty to admit when I'm wrong in the face of facts.
Okay.
Obviously, I'll just admit, apologize, and stick to the original facts. But I'm telling you that if it's 1.6 million, how should 1.6 million balloon to 5 million?
Okay.
And after my submission, I'm forwarding the two documents, the 2025 MTEF document and 2026 MTEF document. It's on page 2.
Okay.
On all years, it's on page 2.
I
Then
hear
quickly, Solo said...
no, we are not doing
I'm
rebuttals now.
coming. No, but he said something that's very, very important.
On what?
He said we don't have the right to talk about external factors, and that it was Dr. Bomian who brought that issue into our body.
No, if we start that, we will not- we will
into our
not
body
do so.
politics.
I'm sorry.
No, but it was President Mama who said it during the SONA that the economic challenge in China is what necessitated the challenges we have now. It was President Mama who said it during the SONA. No, but during the SONA, yeah, obviously. So if the challenge was in China, and the challenge jumped Cote d'Ivoire, jumped Togo, jumped Burkina, and it's affecting only Ghana, shouldn't any sensible person raise a concern to it?
So you pay your own analysis. He has said that our economy couldn't have been affected by exogenous factors.
No. That wasn't what he said. No. That wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he said. He didn't use the word exogenous factors in all. No.
What did he
Be
say?
specific to the China issue. President Mama referenced during the SONA. President Mama referenced China. That the economic situation in China is what's affecting the economic situation in Ghana. That's China.
Yes.
You can't compare China
to Ukraine.
No, it's not about China to Ukraine. You can't compare China
to
the trade. No, you see. So allow me to. You are not the one moderating to be directing my thoughts. You can't police my opinion. What I'm saying is that the war happening between two countries, where other countries benefit from, or other countries trade with, will impact more than a challenge in one single country like China. That's why I'm saying that Dr. Bawumia was
so it
right.
was in a context.
Exactly. in relation to the China, in relation to the, you will not believe it. It's not about your screaming. It's not about your screaming.
China,
No.
look,
So I'm coming. This antics, I know. It's antics. I know. I'm destroying what? Which credibility? Which credibility? Which credibility?
Your candidate
Which credibility?
that external factors.
He didn't. Are you able? See, Johnny.
Let's play.
If your producers can play, they should play. And I also quote for you the exact words of President Mama, which I'm referencing. No, don't do that because you said a lot of things, but that one was very straightforward. That is one thing I know of.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Count. No, sit down. Where are you going, Solo? Sit down. Why are you wearing green? Those are NDC colors, green and brown and red. It looks like white. Thank you. We're back. It's 42 minutes after 9 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. Say again. We're back. Thank you very much. My guest, Prosper Nati of the NPP, Mr. Metal Nunu Jr. of the NDC, Solomon Owusu, Director of Communications of the United Party, and Mr. Emmanuel Koting. He's the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Counterterrorism, and he's joined us now in studio. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying with us, and your thoughts and comments on our social media page. Quite interesting, though. But Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, he has been released from ICE detention. Why is it becoming so difficult to get him to come to Ghana to answer simple questions? OSP has not been able to bring him. Attorney General has not been able to bring him. Yet you are up the mountain screaming Operation Recover or Loot. Metonunu, what is happening to your government?
Yeah, Johnny, thank you very much. I thought with the way you gave Prosper some few minutes to
you are in
come
power.
back.
Take your time. You are in power. You have government communication.
You would have given me
no, it's
at
okay.
least 1 minute.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, gentlemen. We don't have too much time. I'm saying you are in government. You are in government. Tomorrow, even this evening, Felix can call us in the Jubilee House and do press conference.
So how many minutes do I have to respond to this?
I'm coming.
Global phenomenon. Skip Cote d'Ivoire and all the surrounding countries and only attack Ghana.
Was that?
The question that you have to ask is
Mama reference. But you see, this thing
was you not responding to Mama's statement?
Was you not responding to President Mama?
Was you not responding to no?
Was you not responding to President Mama?
Responding to John Mahama? Was you not
responding to President Mama?
What he was trying to say.
Now you are trying to say what he's trying to say, not what he has said.
What he said.
When there is something he has said, you are not trying to tell us that what he's trying to say.
I will even say what trying to say. What he said was that under no circumstance would any external phenomenon.
No, was it not a response to President Mama?
So why did he refer to
the logic?
Was not.
If the logic.
Why was he referring to President?
By then do you have?
Gentlemen.
Why were you referring to?
I just gave you understanding that the issue happened between Russia and Ukraine cannot be compared to the.
Gentlemen, hold on. Our time is spent.
If Bawumia was responding to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the context that he
There is
did.
nothing like context.
Okay. Granted, he was responding to John Mahama.
He was responding to the general feelings in the economy.
If you are responding to my statement, how does that statement emanate from you?
Yes.
When you are responding to what I have said.
He wasn't speaking out of the blue. He wasn't speaking out of the blue.
said that external factors couldn't affect our economy. And you, the same person that said that, you came to power and you were making reference to external factors.
No,
I'm not sure we can find an end to this matter. Metal Nunu, step in for me.
Yes.
Ken Ofori-Atta, their mics are off, don't mind them. Wear your headset, don't mind them. Ken Ofori-Atta, why has it become so difficult for you to bring Ken Ofori-Atta into Emmanuel, slow down. Why has it become so difficult for you to bring Ken Ofori-Atta to answer the questions that he has to answer?
Yeah, Johnny, that's why before I continue, I ask how many minutes I have to respond to this question.
This one, you have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So everybody has 2 minutes.
I can't do any other response.
Let
me handle Ken Ofori-Atta.
You are using the time to help yourselves.
On that. So, with the issue of Ken Ofori-Atta, Johnny, can you imagine that Ken Ofori-Atta would have been in custody of the security services in Ghana for 3 months, do you know what the narrative would have been?
What would they have been?
Right now, because he's been in custody, when was he arrested? In the ICE cells there, I think 7th of January.
Right.
And after 3 months, he's been granted bail. Can you imagine the narrative, what it would have been if it was in the custody of security services in Ghana? They would have told us that this is kangaroo justice system. They would have told us that this is witch hunting. They would have told us that he's not getting a fair trial and all that. But being in custody there, that one there is a fair trial. We have not said that we at all costs want to witch hunt Ken Ofori-Atta. And the government of John Dramani Mahama, through the Attorney General, has reassured the people of Ghana and him and his lawyers that when he comes to this country, he's going to get fair trial. Why, your question, that's why is it becoming difficult for us to extradite him to Ghana? We need to follow processes. And the fact that he's been granted bail on these immigration issues doesn't mean that the extradition process has also come to a halt or anything.
But he was granted bail based on a judicial order that, look, so far you have not presented anything to the courts there. That's why the judge said, no, we can't continue holding the man. That's one.
But why was he held up in the first place? Well, was it because of the extradition process, or was it because of an immigration issue? Why was he held up there in the first place? And then we are saying that, see, we are following all due process. And then I like the fact that everybody in Ghana is seeing what is going on. And Ken Ofori-Atta will be made to come and answer for all the allegations that have been meted out against him.
Sedinam Ationu at Maslock was
Johnnie,
tried in absentia.
She was charged when she was present.
Well,
the case started when she was present.
But do you need Ken Ofori-Atta to be present before you charge?
She was granted bail and the case proceeded. But with the issue of Ken Ofori-Atta, he needs to be present for us to be able to charge him.
I don't understand you. That's
the lawyers have explained that before you can come and answer questions, come and then let's chat. And then after, you can tell us that you are sick, and then you go on bail, and then people can stand in for you. But you're not coming at all.
You have been looking for the man. You've been chasing the man, asking for the man to come. The man is refusing to come, clearly. What we hear now is that he's looking for permanent residency in the US, etc. So go to the court and tell the court that we have tried everything we can. We are not finding him. So we want to begin the process. Is that too hard to ask?
That is why we have started the extradition process to bring him to Ghana. So it's also part of the process.
Does he have to be bodily present?
It's also
does he have to be bodily present?
It's also, Johnnie, when if he gets a permanent residence in the US, and then we try him in absentia, and then the case goes to its fruitful end, and he's convicted of any of the allegations or the charges that's meted out against him, how are we going to get him into custody? How are we going to get him to pay for the things that he has done, the sins that he has committed? We are not going to be able to get him. If he knows in his heart truly that he has committed no offense, if he knows in his heart that he has not been corrupt in any way, he should not be running away from the justice system in Ghana.
But the man
and
is
I think that
it
will help the MPP. It will help Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. For them, because when we talk about corruption today, and we are talking about any discussion that's to do with corruption in Ghana, any political party, any well-meaning Ghanaian references Ken Ofori-Atta, the why is he on the run? So if they think that they are serious, and they are serious in going into the 2028 elections, and they want to tell the people of Ghana that the Bawumia that we knew yesterday is a changed person, and is detaching himself from the bad records of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he should come out publicly and tell Ghanaians that he does not have anything to do with him, and speak on the Ken Ofori-Atta issue, that he has advised him that he should come to Ghana and clear his name. And the fact that he comes to Ghana, the allegations, the fact that he comes to Ghana, isn't want to be working freely. The allegations against him, the other SML people, the people in there, aren't they working on the streets of Ghana?
Some are
so if Ken Ofori-Atta comes, some are, one person is allowed,
yes.
But the rest that have been tried in Ghana here, that's they've gone to court, they've been granted bail and they're working freely. If he comes to Ghana and clears his name, it will inure to the benefit of the MPP going into the 2028 elections. We are saying that we are not witch-hunting him. We are going to follow all the legal proceedings and make sure that we extradite him to come to Ghana to answer for the offenses that he has done. This is a man that caused old people to get stroke. This is a man that touched the pensions money of Ghanaians. The domestic debt exchange program.
But it was a necessary
This is a man.
evil.
This is the man that caused these people to get stroke. This is a man that caused the former Attorney General, the former Chief Justice, to come and picket at the Minister of Finance. This is a man that caused old people, some people, to lose their lives. And we are calling you to come and answer after celebrating the fact that you are borrowing with Wache and Kenke at your ministry. You've served your term. Come and answer your questions that you were at the helm of affairs. You don't want to come back.
I think that you're being too
I've not heard this thing before.
You're being too charitable to the Attorney General. He should be the one to be answering these questions.
That is why I am saying that the Attorney General has come out.
You give us too much hope in opposition.
You people say
that when
General,
you come, we will deal with them. They are working. Everybody is working for you.
But Johnny, you
all
see,
the names you mentioned, they are working for you.
You see, but Johnny,
some are even on platforms, social media platforms. They are on TV and radio platforms, saying that you are incompetent. You can't do FOCO.
But Johnny, you've been a strong advocate for democracy.
Yes.
You've been a strong advocate for human rights.
I don't
You've been a
doubt
strong advocate for the due process to be followed.
I don't doubt that.
And the 1992 Constitution and the judicial system in Ghana guarantees certain steps that we follow.
Right.
Even when you file a writ of summons against somebody, it takes about 8 days for the person to reply. The person can choose to reply or enter conditional appearance, which increases the days. And then the back and forth and the follow
so
witness
all
statements
this
and all
that you were doing
these
in
are
opposition
processes.
was
We have told you that we are going to make sure that the people recovering. We are following the processes. How would you start the cases?
How much have you recovered?
How would you start the cases?
How much have you recovered?
How would you start? Some of them have come and they are negotiating that they are going to pay some of the money. But the cases have started. The people are in court. The cases are ongoing. You don't expect us to do a kangaroo justice system.
It is 15 months.
You don't expect us to do a kangaroo
recovered one person.
But Johnny, that is the process, legal process. So we should all be
what is process?
You and I should be talking about how to reform the legal process.
In opposition, you told us that you had oral. Oral had gathered enough information.
So how we started the cases?
When you come, Pampana,
how we charge them?
Now we are
when
waiting.
We came Pampana, within a short time, the people were charged. They were sent to court. They are answering questions, and we are following legal proceedings. Some of them are attending trial almost every other day. Look at Dubai. He's attending court almost every other day. The Attorney General's office, when you go there and they are not arrested. And I like the job that he and his deputy, they are doing so much. We need more legal hands on board, and we are going to get them on board. So the processes are ongoing.
Okay.
This is not a military junta where you can just get up and catch somebody or PDA time and then throw somebody in jail. We are following all the legal processes. They have been charged.
You mentioned that John Mahama had a first 100 days, right?
120 days campaign promise.
Great.
And then after that,
and part of that was to set up tribunals.
Yes.
Where are the tribunals?
Oh, Johnny.
I don't say, Johnny. Answer my question.
Johnny, 120 days. No. I did not sit here to say that John Mahama 120 days promise was all achieved 100%.
No.
I told you that 80% of them.
I didn't say you have said that.
Yes, so 80%. So therefore, pushing back that statement to me, I didn't mention tribunals.
I didn't say you have said that.
And I also didn't mention that.
Oh,
so
please,
tribunals,
gentlemen, allow me to
we
ask
did not score
100%.
We scored about 80-90%.
I'm saying that John Mahama gave us 120 days pact.
Yes.
And said that in 120 days I'll do this. We applaud him for choosing 60 ministers or under 60 ministers. We applaud him for all their things. The tribunals.
But we did not achieve 100%.
But it's been 1 year.
But we will not achieve 100%. And I mentioned that we achieved over 90%. So the tribunals you're talking about could be part of the 10%. Johnny, the tribunals you're talking about could be part of the 10%.
So you have oral information.
But when you have oral information, the legal processes shows that after the legal processes show that after you've gotten the information, you need to investigate, you need to charge the people, and then send them to
I hear you. Prosper, step in for me. Step in for me. Why is Ken Oforiatta refusing to come home?
You know this matter. Let me set the record straight. That when I spoke about the fuel price component, about what causes fuel price to increase, I mentioned
you are going back. You are not concluding on this one. It's not related to Ken Oforiatta. Yes, Mr. Nati.
Johnny.
Yes, sir.
I think it's.
Why is Ken Oforiatta? Where is Ken Oforiatta?
It's in the US.
But he said that he was our father, and that he doesn't want to leave his children.
No problem.
Now his children are calling him to come home.
No problem.
And he's refusing to come home.
No problem. Johnny,
what kind of a father is this?
He spoke for 11 minutes. We all kept quiet and listened to him. So, with all due respect, I expect the same level.
I was asking him questions.
No, you were asking. I said,
yes,
the panelists.
Okay,
so I understand.
That's fair. That's a fair comment.
Yes. For 11 minutes, he showed so much enthusiasm in recovering loot for the country. Johnny, I would rather go in for a thief than a suspect. A thief that has been convicted by the courts of the country. And when I say a thief, I mean Sedenam Tamaklo. The courts have pronounced her to be a thief. She's a criminal. You are here referencing and linking Ken Oforiatta to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. When Sedenam Tamaklo was on the run, Mama was still campaigning. Was Mama supporting the thief? Was Mama keeping the thief at home? Was Mama aiding a thief to run away from justice. You come here, sit here. When the issues about Ken Ofori-Atta, you find a way to rope in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Ferdinand Tamaklo was on the run. Mahama still was campaigning, and he became president. You are not wiser than Ghanaians out there. And all Ghanaians are not NDC members. You need to know that. And so when you are speaking, you should know that you are not speaking to your party members. You are speaking to Ghanaians. Why are you not exercising the same energy or authority to go after Ferdinand Tamaklo? We're not here when the High Commissioner, the ambassador in US, told us that Ferdinand Tamaklo was found and she has been caught and she will be deported to Ghana. Right. Where is she? How many weeks now?
That was the US ambassador.
Exactly, Victor Smith. You have the effort to sit here and question why Ken Ofori-Atta, an innocent man, because no court whatsoever, irrespective of your opinion and your assumptions you have about him, no court has pronounced him guilty.
Mr. Nati,
you have the right.
Mr. Nati,
I'm addressing this.
Mr. Nati, do innocent men run?
Do what?
Do innocent men run?
Innocent men.
Gentlemen, please. Do innocent men run?
Innocent men have the right or have the privilege to exercise every right available to them under the sun.
Including staying away from the jurisdiction and seeking to remain a member of the country.
How does that stop any sensible or any hardworking or any determined government from going after the loot? How do you stop the government from going after the loot?
But if Mr. Ofori-Atta indeed has done nothing,
which law
even permits him?
Which law even permits him that when he comes and the investigators are asking him questions, he should open his mouth and talk? No law permits him that when he comes, he should open his mouth and talk. He can come and be quiet. How does that help your case?
Was that why you were encouraging people to go to court?
No, Johnny, you see, how does that help your case? If you believe you've gathered enough evidence, against the man, you can able to secure conviction against the man. You shouldn't be worried about what the man does. The man has properties in Ghana here. Doesn't he? The man has properties in Ghana here, doesn't he? And you come here, you sit here. He has businesses here. He has opened enterprise or so for over 20 something years, over 2 decades, almost 3 decades here. He has Data Bank, a bank that the Bank of Ghana recently listed as part oh, come on.
Go ahead.
You took it up by you listed. We also saw that publication. And you come and sit here and you feel you can't secure conviction if you have enough evidence against such a man, and you think the man should be there.
You should bring him home.
So you do what? So you do a public spectacle. You do a public spectacle of him.
Is the MPP not worried, Mr. Nati, that the absence of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta feeding into a certain narrative that he's done something wrong, that's why he's running away? Is the MPP not worried that it could affect the MPP campaign and Dr. Bawumia eventually?
Ken Ofori-Atta was a Minister of Finance under the MPP.
Right.
As we speak now, Ken Ofori-Atta is not, how do you call it?
An office holder of MPP.
A convict. He's not an office holder of MPP. He didn't hold any office in MPP as a corporate body for you to say the MPP should be worried about. Were the NDC worried about the thief Ferdinand Tamaklo when they still went out to campaign?
Ghanaians voted for them irrespective of.
He was here. The Ghanaians voted for them because Ghanaians are able to decipher issues. You are here talking about bondholders. Yes, it's painful, but we all saw what it led to. You have an issue with bondholders, but you don't have an issue with the old woman in Makola whose properties were burnt, and for that reason, Maslock was giving money to go and cushion them. What did she do with the money? And you come here, you sit, and you feel you have the effrontery to question someone who feels when he comes here with the treatment others have,
but
or the treatment that has been meted to others.
Mr. Nati, it's good to reference Sedna so it puts a perspective to it. But Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, as finance minister, spent monies on National Cathedral that not even cabinet, not parliament approved of. That's also stealing, is it not?
Is it
not?
You see,
allegedly spent.
There was essential motion. There was essential motion against Ken Ofori-Atta
by his own party people.
Not by his own party people. How do you call it? Ato Forcing and Co. There was a essential motion.
Lawyer Piakubi is not a party member.
No, the essential motion.
Eugene Asante is not a party member.
Calling for the sack.
There were over 90 MPs on your
Johnny,
side.
I think on this one you are missing issues. The essential motion that was brought against Ken Ofori-Atta was led by Ato Forcing.
That is after 90 plus
And
members
I'm telling
of
you
your
that,
side
no,
had come to say that they are.
I'm saying that in relation to the cathedral issue you mentioned.
Hold on. There were 90 plus members of parliament, led by lawyer Apia Kubi, who addressed a press conference in Parliament that day. That said that they had gone on a holiday and their constituents had gathered them and told them that they have to come and sack Ken Ofori-Atta and Charles Seduboahim. If not, they will not listen to the budget or participate in the debate. That's the first time we have seen that in Ghana's history. Since
Johnnie,
Nkrumah.
Johnnie, I'm not disputing that. I reference
and then the follow up to that was when Atuforsin, taking or deriving strength from what Apia Kubi and his team did, filed the censure motion. So you would have to give that chronology in the way.
The chronology you can cite, but at the end, the censure motion had specifics. You can present a censure motion with the understanding that colleague MPs who are in the same party rose against a minister, and for that reason, the minister should resign or should be sacked. That wasn't passed.
Is that not a vote of no confidence?
No, I'm coming. You see, that is a different issue. That's what I'm saying. Let's not muddy the situation. You call.
How am I muddying the situation?
You reference the cathedral.
Right.
And I'm also citing that the censure motion, as filed by Atuforsin and colleague, the cathedral issue was part of it, wasn't it?
Right.
What was the outcome of such a motion? What was the outcome? We all saw the outcome. We all saw the outcome.
Okay.
of that.
So when are we to
motion.
expect Ken Ofori-Atta in council?
Oh, I'm not his spokesperson. I don't know. Whenever he deems fit, or whenever it's proper for him to come, he feels it's proper for him to come, his lawyers will communicate to us, and everyone will know. If the Attorney General has anything to do, if the OSP has anything to do, they should be able to secure conviction. The Ghanaians should be able to say that Ken Ofori-Atta is a thief. It's a criminal who has run away from a conviction, or has run away from judgment, justice. And for that reason, you may have a stronger opinion against him.
Okay.
But as we speak here,
nothing of the sort.
It's mere speculation. It's mere assumption. It's the same speculation that made Atuforsin and co filed the censure motion, and we all saw the outcome.
Okay.
So next time when he gets the opportunity, he should be concerned about the market women who said now Tamaklu took their monies away.
Okay.
The market women there.
Our time is done. You take a bye solo. Ken Ofori-Atta.
Ken Ofori-Atta, as for him, the longer he stays in the US, the longer the MPP stays in opposition. It's as simple as
come
that.
on, please.
Because you see,
is his stay in the US coterminous with the?
Yes, he's MPP.
The MPP's chances of getting
the monies are with him. The PDS, the National Cathedral, the what do you call SMA, and so on. These are allegations that have been placed on him, put on him, that they say he should come and answer.
Right.
Which he's saying he won't come.
He hasn't said. He said he's not well.
The man is so well. When they caught him, he was chilling in an apartment, as we have been told.
You were there?
I picked him from a lavish apartment, formerly occupied by Kamala Harris. Now that was what we were told. Didn't you hear that? We had lawyers in this country who were lying constantly, including Frank Davis, telling us.
Oh, take your time.
No, that was the position.
That's what was the last?
No, the man was almost dying. We were that wicked. When he was caught, when he was picked by ICE, he was in an apartment. I mean, how can we be so? We don't love this country. And you see, my difficulty with Prosper is that we are building a country that when he feels he wants to come, he should come. Hey, we are talking about taxpayers' money. By the way, said that Tamaklu must come.
Yes.
It's very important.
The government has to take it. In fact, the NDC told us when Mr. Ambassador Smith went that they have been able to locate
they must not
her
be diligently with us.
and they should bring her.
But you see, on that score even, why I don't even want to listen to the MPP is that Sedinab Tamaklo was convicted in April of 2024.
Under the MPP?
Under the MPP. What steps did they take to bring her back to this country?
Extradited.
Because they knew they were stealing. So no,
come on.
No,
You cannot. Maybe it was proving difficult to bring them here solo.
No, look, any attempt to want to wash it away from our minds or brains that
Stealing did not take place in the last 8 years will be an injustice to the unborn generation.
Stealing
we
happened.
were stolen, daylight robbery. And that's why we ask a very simple question. Why haven't we gotten the tribunal? Why has the Attorney General stopped doing the press conferences that was just opening our eyes? Why all of a sudden he has
They
stopped?
said he's doing media trials, and that's not correct.
My goodness. They go to court, attach here and go. They go to court and come and run commentary. The first time I've seen lawyers, when they go and meet the judges, they are unable to speak. They come out of the court and they run commentaries just to deceive the minds of the people. Let Ken Oforiatta continue to be there, and the MPP will be playing relegation matches with the CPP. That is what is going to happen. Because then they cannot go back to the people of this country and tell them that they will come and fight corruption. You understand? How can you fight corruption when the kingpin, the man that held our purse, he was holding our purse?
Right.
Come and just
for
account.
6 years.
He says he won't come. You have a whole political party that say, oh, he shouldn't come. He may look, a common thief, someone goes to see plantain. When he's invited by the police, and he even tells the police, "I'll just give me a day, I'll come." See what they do to the person.
So for you, Ken Oforiatta should come ASAP.
If he doesn't want to come,
Who has the duty to bring him? Attorney General or
General, this
OSP?
government, they must be doing. They
Or
must
the
not
OSP?
try to be playing. All of them. They must go after the man. If they don't get him and he says you're going to stay in the US, fine. But if in a case that he dies, nobody must bring the body to this country.
Oh, come on. He's
That's-
a Ghanaian.
You are a Ghanaian.
He's from a royal
Now
family.
you will be an American. This country.
Americans don't have tribes, do they?
Look, no American will find his body in any of our cemeteries.
Is there an Ebusiapin in America to bury
The
him?
last time there were some family members that faceless family members. They issue statement. When we asked for the Bushia all of them taken out. We things have happened in this country.
Iman, Iman, you have the final word. We have to go. We are finished. Iman, go ahead. Gentlemen. Solo. Prosper, your mic is off. Go ahead, Iman, go ahead.
Look,
Iman, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, allow him. Allow Iman, yes.
John, I think this case actually exposes the strength and limit of our accountability architecture.
I see. How does he do?
You see, if Ken Oforiatta, after 4 years, he went before Parliament, and he was vetted and confirmed by Parliament. Is that not the case?
Yes. That's right.
Do you remember the tiny majority MPP had at the time? What did the NDC do at the time?
In fact, we kept the position for 1 year.
Exactly.
While he was away for treatment.
Exactly.
For him. Osechi Mensabus, I remember, read the budget like a prose poem in Parliament.
So,
Johnny, somebody just
so you see, Johnny,
yes.
because of the political rhetoric,
the wicked flee.
Go ahead,
Johnny.
We are wrapping up.
Because of the political rhetoric that has contaminated an otherwise a very good case for Ghana to prosecute. Have you asked ourselves why Ken Oforiatta was removed from the red tape of the Interpol? Because of the political rhetoric. And that has given him a shield.
He's running away.
I think the Attorney General, right? We have to look at reforms at our Attorney General.
Okay.
Many of our state attorneys are not fit for purpose. They are low-hanging fruits who barely passed law exams.
Come on. Look, do you know what it takes to go to law school?
Let me tell you something.
Don't go. Why have you not gone to law school?
Look.
Why have you not gone to the law school?
I'm coming, Johnny.
No, you have to withdraw. You have to withdraw that. You have to withdraw and apologize. No. Hold on. No, Ima, you messed up your mic again. No.
This statement has nothing to do with the Attorney General.
No.
What are you talking about?
Metal, no, hold on.
No, but I can sit here and say,
Emmanuel.
You fail to listen to what
Emmanuel.
Let me repeat what I said.
heard what you
for
said.
Clarity.
You said that most of the state attorneys are low-hanging fruits who barely pass law school exams and have been posted there. I want you to withdraw that because no.
Let me explain why.
You will not use my platform for that. No.
The president made a statement.
You have to withdraw that.
coming on the president.
If you are not withdrawing, we are not moving forward.
Okay, I will withdraw.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I will withdraw.
You have to withdraw that.
I have withdrawn that.
Okay,
good.
And then apologize for it. Apologize for it, please.
Look, I have withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't mean malice.
Okay.
This statement I had conditioned is based on government policy. You know, government has come out with a policy that they want to hire private lawyers to prosecute certain cases at the Attorney General's department because they found out that most of the state attorneys are not able to handle most of the cases.
Resource them, get some more people in there, and they will go and fight the cases for you.
So if those state attorneys were doing their work properly, right, or they were fit for those tasks assigned to them, why would it be government policy to come out that they are going to put a mechanism in place to hire private lawyers to handle high-profile cases like what we are talking about? And you know why this came about? I'm coming.
I'm sorry.
So, Johnny,
I'm sorry.
You see that my statement was not misplaced.
Great.
My statement was not misplaced. I was going to draw an inference.
I would have been glad for your producer to fact check the figures I mentioned.
All right.
3,005 million.
Thank you.
Johnny.
Thank you.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Mr. Prosper Nati of the NPP, Roger Metal Nunu Jr. of the NDC, Solomon also of the United Party, and Emmanuel Kuting of the Counter-Terrorism Society. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Birthday now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
I want to say happy birthday to you if it's your birthday today. We appreciate you. Happy birthday. Also a happy birthday to famous Amejo. It's your birthday today of Ogle Road Park and Pub. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Also a happy birthday to Tosfenda, Kua Gbesika. God bless you with good health and prosperity. Greater heights to you. Happy birthday. Also happy birthday to you, Dr. Wisdom Kofi Dogbe, Managing Director of Cocoa Marketing Company. This is from your brother Kweku Boating and the entire family. To you, 72nd special birthday, Mr. Moses Japon, focused and kind film and television professional, former Director of Television of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Happy birthday to you. Also happy birthday to Reverend Dr. Canon Abraham Elijah Kwashi, Parish Priest of St. Mary the Virgin Anglican Church, from the PCC Members Guilds Association, and all your ministry folks. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday also to my brother-in-law, Mr. Joseph Aninkora, aka Crow. It's from Pepsival, Lucifer, and Lady Bianca. They wish you a happy birthday. A happy birthday also to Miss Grace Nadulai of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority. Stay blessed, Dromo, and Pepsival. I wish you a happy birthday. If it's your birthday as well, happy birthday. We'll see you tomorrow. No, Monday, I said. I'm too energized. See you on Monday. My name is Johnnie on behalf of the team. Thank you, and good morning.